Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun, Nkosi Nelson,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier, Gloria Gonzalez Selecchia,
Here.
Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:16 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Next is citizens' comments portion of our agenda. And before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Kira Cox. I'm a junior at Cedar Park High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in the Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct in the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometimes. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speakers 1 through 10, please form a line in the middle of the aisle so you're ready to approach the microphone when your number is called. Okay, speaker number 1, whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Cece, and I'm a 4th grader at Steiner Ranch Elementary. I know I'm just a kid, but even I can see something doesn't make sense. Our school has fewer than 400 students, and the plan says that means we could lose half our assistant principal, half our counselor, half our librarian, and even half our receptionist. How's a school supposed to work with half the people who keep us safe and help us learn? At the same time, the district wants to use open enrollment to bring new students in, but the neighborhoods closest to us, Hudson Bend and Apache Shores and Lake Travis ISD, are only 6 minutes away. Those families will have a choice, and no one is going to choose a school that's been cut in half. You can't take away the people who make our school strong and then expect families to pick us. That's like taking the wheels off a bike and telling us to ride faster. SRE is an A-rated, recently renovated, and walkable. It's the kind of school families want if you let it be. SRE should be the model, not the target. Thank you.
Speaker number 2.
I appreciate the district's recent efforts towards a more transparent process. However, I cannot help but be perpetually flabbergasted by the short-sightedness and oversimplification I hear in discussions and see in presentations. It is irresponsible to make consolidation and staffing decisions based on vague projected savings as if these decisions exist in a vacuum. Not once has the district discussed or attempted to estimate the loss of funding that would result from the decreased enrollment caused by these changes. A loss of simply 10 students to alternative schools would roughly equate to the salary of one of the arts teachers or librarians that you are suggesting cutting. At a school like ours, where the volunteer programs put on by these dedicated teachers are a major draw for families, I'm talking about things like Cheetah News and the spring play, I imagine a loss of 10 students is an extremely low estimate. Making schools like ours less attractive to families would drive decline where you are currently anticipating stabilization. It is also unrealistic to use rigid enrollment thresholds to dictate minimum staffing. How does the district intend to attract and retain self-respecting educators at schools near these thresholds, when those educators will know that their employment stability is subject to minor enrollment fluctuations year to year? Do you plan to hire, fire every year? Do you expect our master's educated librarians to take on 2 separate collections and travel between sites? I'm begging the district to adopt a preserve what's good mindset rather than recklessly driving decline with cuts that are truly just drops in the bucket. I'm begging the district to return to their self-proclaimed intention of starting with levers that do not directly touch the student experience. And I'm begging the district to remember the commitments they established a few meetings ago, commitments to student experience and staff.
Speaker number 3.
The board has been asking for months for more information and a clear path forward, one that accounts for lower enrollment and future stabilization. It still doesn't feel like we've reached a point where new insights have been shared or where an aha moment has helped us fully understand how we got here and what comes next. I'm hopeful that tonight's discussion will bring some of the much needed clarity. Families are looking for clear, concise, and definitive information. How will schools be divided? How will rezoning be handled? What bus routes will look like? What will staffing look like? Who keeps their job and who must move on? And if the result of the consolidation still leaves us at what district considers under-enrolled, what happens then? These hard questions and the concrete plans behind them remain unanswered. The reality is that this conversation affects far more than 2 campuses, and we need to set the best example for the process and implementation going forward. Let's be a shining beacon on a hill for the future.
Speaker number 4.
Whatever budget path the board chooses, does it play to the strengths and mission of LISD, and does it address attendance? Student population isn't the issue. PASA shows births have accelerated. Class sizes aren't the issue either. It's a convenient excuse. Admin notes similar student loss rates throughout the district despite different class sizes in different parts of the region. How about early childhood centers? Looks like we lose about 1/3 of those kiddos, and most recently we had a TEA rating downgrade. So the students are there, the community is just not happy with the LISD product. Attendance capture is the most important driver for delivering on the mission and financial stability. Budget path needs to support the recalibration of the LISD student experience. Enrollment increases aren't going to come from marketing. They're going to come from parent-to-parent discussions at soccer practice about how the LISD student experience has improved. The number one advantage of public schools is community building. Don't undermine that advantage by hollowing out the neighborhood model. Solely a cut and consolidate approach to sustain the current student experience model compromises the future of the LSD kiddos. We're here for the kids. Thanks.
Speaker number 5.
Hi, everyone. There are several macro level issues in Texas impacting Leander ISD that could be resolved during the next few years. Obviously, the current historically low student allotment is one of these issues. Texas normally increases a student allotment every 4 years, but now we have gone 6.5 years since 2019 increase during historical inflation without an increase in student allotment. While alarming, this is likely an anomaly and a singular, unusual event in the greater scheme of Leander ISD history. Do you want to be the school board that panicked and made a bad decision to close a school and ruin a community? There are other anomalies occurring at this time, such as state lawmakers, possibly even school board members across the state being legally allowed to own stock in charter schools if said stock represents less than 10% of the vendor's stock or capital gains. Another existing situation is foreign primary stakeholders in multiple Texas charter schools, and I feel certain that that is going to be resolved sometime in the next few years. Give these unusual circumstances time to play out before you make drastic decisions. Thank you.
Speaker number 6.
Members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I understand our district faces serious budget challenges and that school closures may be necessary. But if closure must occur, we must choose the right campus, and Steiner Ranch Elementary is not that campus. SRE is not the smallest school in the area, and it has already been renovated, saving the district from needing a costly remodel elsewhere. It's also the only campus in Steiner Ranch positioned to attract open enrollment families because of its direct access to 620. SRE sits at the heart of a strong, engaged neighborhood, while other nearby campuses are outside residential areas or housed in buildings that could be more easily sold or repurposed. Academically, SRE is an A-rated school, and teachers across the district regularly seek out our staff to learn from its success. A more efficient consolidation option exists. Students from another nearby under-enrolled campus could be reassigned between Steiner Ranch and Cypress, helping both A-rated schools reach healthy enrollment levels. For fiscal responsibility, community stability, and academic excellence, Steiner Ranch Elementary is the wrong school to close. Thank you.
Speaker number 7, and can I please get speakers 11 through 18 to please line up?
we understand this board faces complex and difficult choices. There are no easy decisions, but there are smart ones. And smart decisions demand substance, credible data, thorough studies, and relevant personal experience. The choice to potentially close Steiner Ranch Elementary will have a profound impact on our community. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, we have seen no new data, no new studies, and no comprehensive plans that logically justify this path. We need clear, itemized data to ensure we are making the most fiscally responsible decision. Where is the itemized breakdown of projected savings from closing SRE? We need this data, especially since SRE operates as a model of efficiency. We do more with less, and we consistently manage to run under budget. I'm part of Leadership Leander, and it is truly a great program. I have had the privilege of learning how complex and amazing this district truly is. With every meeting I attend, it becomes more apparent to me that Steiner Ranch Elementary is the most complete, successful embodiment of the LISD guiding principles, which is a very cool chart, by the way. I like seeing it. From its vision to its mission and core beliefs, SRE personifies everything that this district strives to achieve and protect. Thank you.
Speaker number 8.
We acknowledge the need for difficult decisions, but the hard facts show that closing Steiner Ranch Elementary is not strategic. It is profound fiscal waste and poor management. SRE has been recently renovated, taxpayer dollars have been invested, and the work is complete. To consider closing this facility where significant capital has been sunk is illogical. You would be essentially throwing away a multi-million-dollar investment. This contradicts sound financial planning. If you plan to ask taxpayers to pass a new bond to fund necessary updates at other facilities while simultaneously abandoning a building that is newly renovated and fully prepared, you will lose our trust and our vote. Closing SRE forces taxpayers to fund the replacement of an asset we already paid to fix. Not only is SRE renovated, it is also at the top of the neighborhood, making it the most accessible and desired choice for families coming in with open enrollment. Presentation matters. Why kill your best recruiting tool? Open enrollment works when you showcase your best facilities in the best locations. SRE is an A-rated school, and closing it is a failure to leverage this strategic advantage. We urge you to reconsider the logical facts. Preserving SRE is the only fiscally sound path that secures our existing investment and maximizes future enrollment. Thank you.
Speaker number 9.
Good evening. As you sit here planning the future of our district, I want to talk about something that might surprise you. Small is the new big. Across the country, families are leaving large campuses for charter and private schools, not because they dislike public education, because they're looking for one magical thing: smaller class sizes. According to the National Center of Education Statistics, charter schools have grown by 64% over the last 10 years. Private schools up 46% in just 5 years. Why? The National Parent Survey found out that nearly half the families choose schools because of smaller class sizes. In other words, people are literally switching schools to get what we already have. And yet, here we are discussing closing schools because enrollment is low. Low enrollment isn't a failure. It's a competitive advantage. It means teachers actually know the kids. It means parents don't need GPS to find their own children's classroom. It means students are seen, supported, and not just one out of 800 names on the roster. If we close these schools, we don't fix enrollment. We gift wrap families and hand them straight to charter and private schools. If Leander ISD truly wants to be competitive, the answer isn't bigger schools. It's better use of what we already have: schools. Small schools, high quality, high connections. Family today want what works. And right now, small works. Look at Steiner's scores. So before you close schools for low enrollment, let's remember, small exactly is what everyone else is trying to become. Thank you.
Speaker number 10 and speaker number 11 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 12.
I'm a Steiner Ranch Elementary parent, and I'm here to express my overall concern in the approach being taken when building new schools and consolidating or closing existing ones. This is going to continue to be a systemic issue unless you change the way you are addressing growth and stabilization as you are labeling it. The plan should center around stabilization from the start, as this is where every neighborhood will be long-term. More and more families are wanting their children to have smaller size schools, and the research backs them in terms of children's happiness and overall success in learning. My fear is that the district will continue to lose enrollment to private or charter schools because you're not recognizing the value that smaller size schools bring. It is time to adapt and focus on how smaller size schools can work for this district now and long term. Also, if you're going to close a school, please don't choose Steiner Elementary. We are an A-rated school and have recently had renovations that your budget paid for. Don't waste that money, which was well spent. Our school is also at the beginning of the neighborhood, which is a better location for those outside the district wanting to enroll here. It makes the most sense to keep Steiner Ranch Elementary open. Thank you.
Speaker number 13.
13? Okay. Good evening. I'm a proud parent of a Steiner Ranch Elementary School student and 2 future students. I want to address the major gap in the conversation. The district has not completed the core due diligence required for a decision of this magnitude. There has been no comparative facility analysis. SRE was recently upgraded and is one of the district's strongest physical assets. Yet this is not part of the evaluation. There's been no traffic or safety study. Closing a truly walkable school forces hundreds of young children to cross congested roads and add bus miles and cost. Safety cannot be an afterthought. There's been no academic or revenue impact analysis. Closing an A-rated campus in a high-demand area risks permanent student loss to charters, private schools, and Lake Travis ISD, reducing state funding and lowering home value that feeds the district's tax base. You must protect academic quality and student experience before SRE is closed. SRE is uniquely positioned to grow under a targeted open enrollment and marketing, exactly what this board has asked for. Until the analysis is completed and shared with the public, moving any campus past phase 1 is premature, irreversible, and a breach of the process you promised us. Your fiduciary duty is to protect the long-term stability, not gamble on assumptions. Do the work first. Do not close SRE. Thank you very much.
Speaker 14 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 15.
Sorry. Hi, all. I honestly, I don't have a lot to say today just because we have the holiday season. Everyone's really busy with work and school. But I did want to just show up to make sure that y'all know that there are hundreds of people like me who aren't here today, but who are paying attention and who are still involved and who are still wanting to make sure that y'all make the right, thoughtful decision. And just because they're not here today doesn't mean that they don't care. And the other thing that I wanted to do is just ask you all to think about just some of the things that you learn in school and at your jobs. And I know that there are a lot of people on the board and in the community that work in very fast-paced businesses, that do government work, that just do a lot of things where a lot of different innovative practices are employed. And I really encourage you to start thinking about how some of those things can apply here. Because as someone who has worked in like very old-fashioned industries and has worked in more like innovative, fast-failing, like testing and learning industries, I'm very worried that the school district is going to just turn into, like the Blockbuster instead of the Netflix. And I understand that it's a very challenging situation. You don't have unlimited funds. You can't just raise money from the community necessarily to test and learn. But that doesn't mean that we should just give up and stop listening to the community and get rid of all of the great programs that actually attract people. Just remember
Thank you, Speaker
to listen
15.
to...
Speaker number 16 did not check in and show up, so we'll go with speaker number 17.
As you discuss enrollment thresholds, staffing guidelines, and open enrollment tonight, I want to address a contradiction that puts Steiner Ranch Elementary at risk. SRE has fewer than 400 students, and under your staffing plan, that means losing half an assistant principal, half a counselor, half a librarian, half a receptionist, and cuts to fine arts and PE. These are not optional positions. They are the backbone of school safety, student support, literacy, and community. At the same time, the district wants to use open enrollment to bring new students into LISD. The neighborhoods closest to SRE, which are Hudson Bend and Apache Shores and Lake Travis ISD, are just 6 minutes away. Those families have choices, and no family is going to choose a school whose staff has been cut in half. You cannot destabilize a campus and then market it as a competitive option. You cannot shrink a school's support systems and expect parents to trust it. You cannot ask SRE to grow while weakening everything that makes it strong. SRE is an A-rated, renovated, walkable, and deeply loved. It should be a model, not a target. Cutting or closing SRE will not save this district, it will cost it. Families will turn to private schools, charter schools, and alternative options. Trust will erode, and when trust erodes, community support disappears too, including voter support for future bonds and initiatives. And once they leave, they won't come back. Thank you.
Speaker number 18.
So a lot of the ground has been covered already, but I'll just repeat that SRE is A-rated, it's renovated, it's walkable, and it's a community anchor, which is exactly the kind of school that should be stabilized and not closed. It serves apartment communities whose children walk to school. Closing SRE forces those students miles away and removes their only safe, accessible option. Tonight's agenda rightly emphasizes mitigation before consolidation and leveraging open enrollment. If that's true, then SRE should be strengthened because it's perfectly positioned to attract students from Hudson Bend, Apache Shores, and other schools in Lake Travis ISD. So closing or slashing the elementary school closest to a competing district seems inconsistent with the rest of the plan. Shrinking the school and then hollowing out its staff is a roadmap to failure. And I'll just repeat, SRE should be the model, not the target. Closing it weakens this district academically and strategically. Thank you.
That concludes our citizens' comments for tonight. Thank you, citizens, for coming. Board members, we're going to change the order of tonight's meeting and start with closed session. So it is 6:37 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation of superintendent employment, duties, and contract. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter, including State of Texas versus Round Rock ISD, Leander ISD, ET, Williamson County 425th Judicial District Court, number 25-3303-C4-2025. There'll be no action taken in closed. We'll come out of closed session to do that. It is 8:16 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
I move that the board establish an advisory board litigation committee.
I second.
A motion from Laura, a second from Sade. Any discussion? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 ayes. Yes, 7 ayes. Motion passes. All right, board members, now we're going to move to the discussion of the long-range planning milestones and considerations. Board members, let's let Jeremy get through this presentation. So I'd like for you to please hold your questions, and then we will start from there. Jeremy, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing. Yes, like I try to explain, we try to do these presentations in the form of a story. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. Sometimes they are slower and boring, and we want to fast forward to the end. But I promise you that we'll be as efficient as we can as we run through these slides tonight because they are important. Because tonight's purpose is to provide that overview of long-range planning milestones and considerations. This is going to extend beyond what we began right before the holiday break on the 20th of November. And I want to emphasize and begin by stating that no decisions have been made. Tonight's all about clarity, sequencing, and looking at what those factors are that go into future discussions. If you recall, in September, on the 30th of September, we adopted a board resolution tied to financial sustainability and long-range planning, and we began this process looking at campus operations and consolidations and pulling out pieces working through that resolution, we began looking a little bit more in depth at pre-K and transfer and those impacts that those two programs may have on enrollment. We're going to go a level deeper now, and we looked at campus staffing guidelines. Now we're going to look at how do we create and establish enrollment thresholds. First threshold that goes into implementing low enrollment staffing guidelines, and a second threshold when, as a district, we consider potential consolidation. That bottom be it resolved statement is a next step that we're taking. Again, on the timeline, just looking at mitigation strategies and beginning high-level overview of what that may look like. And this slide's not part of the presentation, so thank you, Christian. Now, looking at beyond this, I want to make sure that I set some assumptions and some commitments to help guide tonight's presentation, because we had some really good conversation around programs, specifically pre-K, early childhood, and also transfers. And I know we want to dig deeper in those, but in order to kind of get to that next step within the resolution, we're not going to focus too deep on those two subjects. I do have some follow-up data I want to provide to you, and we'll run through that towards the end of the presentation. But they're part of the broader picture, but we want to focus on some of those aspects that can unlock downstream work that is still to be done. So on the bottom of this slide, you'll see the areas that require our focus tonight. We're going to again look at the long-range planning with those milestones, but also how it threads into just our overall budget timeline that we're navigating simultaneously. And then the enrollment thresholds, we're going to show the structure there for you as a board to review as part of that resolution, then phasing into mitigation strategies, and also enrollment marketing. That's a subject that was brought up last meeting, and so we want Christina Hardy to kind of run through some of the thoughts, some of the things that are happening right now and will happen in the future. So starting with our long-range planning milestones, we presented this a couple of times. We established this back on October 30th to try to take the resolution and put timing in with those associated milestones. So you'll see where we are now in December. We've kind of made some progress, still have some ongoing efforts, and we have some things that are going to come up in the future. But what we're trying to do is systematically walk through these different stages of that resolution around long-range planning. But then we want to tie that just to budget. I'll tell you right now that not every single step in the budget process is listed here because there's a lot of them. And some of those are just for us internally, administratively, to make sure that we're making appropriate decisions. What we put on here are just some larger milestones because we began last year, and intent this year was to really look even deeper and try to get ahead of big decisions that we have to make in order to establish a budget that has to be approved in June. And so as we navigate both long-range planning and budget, we want to make sure that we're sequencing those correctly, and we do have a lot of work that's going to come up, but that timeline will continue to compress as we do move forward. So I just want us to have both of those for context when we talk about the timelines. So now we're going to go into the staffing and potential consolidation enrollment thresholds. This is a very important step in the process. And even before we can continue to look at pre-K and early childhood, we need to know what thresholds are because there's going to be implications tied to those. And so updated staffing guidelines, which we presented last meeting after work and collaboration with our district department leaders and principals, those are going to kind of lead to where that's going to be the structure for those enrollment thresholds. So this is a slide from the November 20th meeting. This is the process that we went through as a district to establish some draft staffing guidelines, and starting with contextual data that our department leaders and campus leaders utilized, and then it was kind of a feedback cycle in order to get to what we presented last time and where we'll start tonight transitioning those. So this is also a slide from last time, but this is our foundation that we're going to start with from a staffing guideline standpoint. I'll tell you right now that where we are in the process with staffing guidelines, there could be some subsequent tweaks, but really our numbers, our enrollment numbers at 500 and 400 are going to stay pretty static. And so that's your phase 1 and phase 2 in those staffing guideline phases. And so then we look at taking staffing guidelines, what is a good foundation in order to build thresholds? And what is a structure that we can build upon? And that is the staffing guideline, and transitioning those into thresholds. So your phase 1 turns into threshold 1, your phase 2 turns into threshold 2. And so threshold 1 is below 500 students, and that's when that phase 1 staffing model comes into play. And also that's when mitigation strategies are implemented across specific campuses. I'll tell you, when it comes to mitigation strategies, and we'll touch on it a little bit later, each campus is unique, and some strategies may not work at some campuses, and it may work at another one, just based on some specific circumstances. And then threshold 2 is that below 400 threshold. So under 400, we still have phase 2, the staffing model, but that's also when, as a district, we consider and go through the process of reviewing for potential consolidation when it hits that bottom threshold. And so when we look at those thresholds and the resolution, all of a sudden then we want to make sure that we have that anchored in the work as we look at the staffing guideline slide. So this is the same slide, but instead of phase 1, we have threshold 1. Phase 2, we have threshold 2. So there's familiarity with these. But in between those are those mitigation strategies we're going to discuss in a little bit. And so that's an important piece, because those mitigation strategies are intended to prevent campuses that drop below that first threshold, to prevent them from going below that second threshold. Whether they're stabilizing or slightly increasing enrollment, you're at least staying between those two thresholds. So those thresholds, what you're going to see, we're going to pair these thresholds up against our enrollment like we showed last time with the 500 and the 400. And so when we look at the current enrollment, it looks very similar. Really what you're seeing is just a terminology reframe here from phase 1 to threshold 1. And so this is the same data in the bar charts. So each campus has 2 bars. The bar on the left are those students that are zoned for that campus, and the bar on the right are the students that actually attend that campus. We still have it broken out by K-5, transfer students, and pre-K. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. So you got that context last time, but what we want to do is just layer thresholds on top of that same data. But then we began to hear some feedback on what's in that number. I see a number of 750 students. What's in that? What does that look like? So now we're taking a peek into the campus, into classrooms. And this is a breakdown from pre-K on the bottom all the way up to 5th grade. This is the distribution of number of students per grade level. And you'll see, it's interesting to look at it, because you'll see some campuses have a really even distribution across all grade levels at the campus. And some, you'll see, we heard last time, we have some with very high 5th grade cohorts and the smaller kindergarten coming in. A lot of times those are fast growth campuses as well, and as those cohorts matriculate through the system, they do gain students along the way. So I wouldn't say a low kinder enrollment there would stay that same number. We do see overall growth. But it is interesting to see what the makeup of some of these campuses are as they mature through the demographic cycle. So we have these by campus. It's the same type of breakdown. These are just the attend. So these are all the students that are currently enrolled and attending these elementary campuses. And we can come back to any of these if you want to look at any specifically. And I'll also go back to, I believe it was the October 9th meeting. It's when we started talking about the critical lever analysis. And we was like, how can we work through a lot of this data? And we talked about, like, how do I navigate through these thresholds in this process? And so we talked about what's called process mapping. It's kind of a if this, then that. And so we began work on a process map. But instead of making it very vanilla that you usually see a process map with dotted lines and diamonds and triangles, we wanted to start working on something that would be easily read, is more intuitive. And so we began work on that. And you can see here what that is supposed to do. It gives you a starting point, And then it gives you some transparent criteria as you work through the different thresholds and what's involved in each one of those. Again, with student staff experience and quality education embedded within all of those, because we want to make sure that that still stays true to the district. And so it goes through the foundation, it goes through phase 1, it goes through mitigation strategies, phase 2, and ultimately, if there aren't improvements within those strategies, what happens after that from a recommendation and review standpoint. So how do you read that? It is a sequential flow. So you start at the top left, and you're going to work clockwise through this. And so we're still working on finalizing this, but this is part of the conversation we had to help our community understand what this process may look like as we navigate the new environment with thresholds. So when it comes to mitigation strategies, we're going to begin this conversation. We're going to begin it pretty high level right now, because we want to make sure that we establish additional details. So these mitigation strategies are aligned. If you remember in the resolution, in the operational section of the resolution, the mitigation strategies are mentioned because it's intentional to try to prevent campuses from dropping below that threshold, lowest threshold. And so if we look at some of these, this isn't necessarily a comprehensive list. This is a list of potential strategies that could be expanded upon, because we look at just targeted open enrollment. Let's remember that when it comes to open enrollment across the district, what we're trying to do is identify potential available seats within our structure and not unnecessarily just increase staff where it may not be needed. Targeted enrollment is really looking at it a little bit different than some of these campuses where we may have space in which we can look at those applicants that come through the system and see if we can find cohorts that can land on those campuses to grow that enrollment. Also, not on here, but we've had a conversation just about targeted attendance boundary adjustments as well, to where that not only is a mitigation strategy below 500, but that could be something that we focus on in the future. Outreach and marketing, obviously that's a big component here. We're going to do it no matter what, but some of these strategies could include additional outreach and additional marketing, to where we look at those campuses where they lie within our district and adjacencies to other districts, and focus some of those efforts there. We always want to highlight our offerings, but understand that a lot of our campuses have different offerings, and so dependent upon those campuses, we'll highlight some of those that are within those campuses. Innovative programming. We're not there yet, but we know innovative programming is a priority. We're going to put together a focus group in the spring to really work through that and make sure that we identify some potential strategies there. So that's yet to be determined, but we want to make sure that we list it here as one of the mitigation strategies that could be lined out in the future. Also within that, exploration of virtual learning, that is a thing that we want to look into further to see what that would look like in Leander ISD, given the requirements that go along with that. Enhanced transfer opportunities, we have to really look closely at. We want to be able to allow some families to transfer to campuses, but we also have to look at the implications of that transfer at their home campus and some of the neighboring schools around that, to make sure that there's not an unintended consequence with that strategy. Strengthen our family retention, our outreach. We've mentioned it time and time again that we want to retain the students that we already have, and that's a priority. When we do get to low enrollment, we want to make sure that we do highlight, again, those programs in order to retain those families and they don't seek a different option. And then lastly, increase community engagement events. This is something we've been talking about for probably about 10 months now, and how can we implement those? Those become increasingly important when you're talking about low enrollment in some of these stabilized communities, because we need the whole community to be embedded in some of these events and that outreach. So this is a very high level. I know you're going to want to dig into some of these, and so do we, and we'll continue to do that along the way within this timeline. We just wanted to identify some of those targeted strategies. And then You're going to get a break from me, from an enrollment marketing plan. You don't want me explaining some of the things that we've been doing because Christina Hardy, Chief Communications Officer, is going to do a phenomenal job of walking through what her and her team have already begun doing.
Appreciate it, Jeremy. Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Gearing. Just wanted to go through, I'm kind of characterizing this as a drive through the cul-de-sac and right back out instead of the scenic route of what enrollment marketing is going to look like. And so we're just going to take a high-level view of some of the things and the deep intentional work that my team has been working on over the past several months. When we're thinking about enrollment marketing, I want you to think about it as a sort of a call and response. The call that our families are making right now through their actions, and then the district response to provide the best information through strategic and proactive marketing. So our families are already signaling their needs and their interests. They are actively behaving like consumers and trying to find out the best fit for their families. That's the call. Right now they're researching, they're comparing their options, they're behaving like consumers, and that's the space that we're currently in. It's showing us that we can't rely on the automatic growth that we have been accustomed to. We can no longer rely on that as our for our funding, and there actually has to be a pursuance of where our customers are to attract families into the district. And on top of that, the competition for the finite number of students is increasing. So we've got charter schools, vouchers, micro schools, other neighboring districts, as a matter of fact, that are around, also that also have open enrollment to other students outside of their district. So our responsibility is to be responsive, to have that strategic marketing that answers those calls with clarity, value, and access. And this aligns to our strategic enrollment plan to target specific audiences in unique ways. And so what I've outlined here are 4 different unique opportunities when we look at our different audiences. Our early childhood environment, that if we can bring students into our programs in our schools early, then there's a stronger likelihood that they will stay with Leander ISD through their educational journey. Taking a look at those key on-ramp years, that pre-K to K, 5th to 6th grade, 8th to 9th grade, those are automatic periods of time when families are looking more seriously at what those education options are. So we need to be available to students that are looking, and their families that are looking more seriously at what those options are. Our biggest key to making sure that we are a successful district is keeping the students that we already have. So taking a long look at and a strategic look at those lost learners, as we call them, and being able to find out what it is, why they left, and getting a better idea of what that looks like, and then and see what it would take to actually bring them back into the fold. And then, of course, those fringe families that Jeremy talked about, this idea that we have such great proximity to other school districts that are bordering and might be considering other choices and other options right along, particularly through the Round Rock ISD and Austin ISD, as you look at the eastern border of our school district and looking at what those options could be for those families. To continue now with this idea of a call, this is the idea of a marketing funnel. And this is really being with our families through this journey from the very beginning to the very end. So we're starting the open enrollment strategy around, do you know what Leander ISD can offer? And figuring out what it is that we can, and how to amplify that message about what the district can offer. And then piquing their interest in what different programs there are, what campuses are available for them to potentially transfer to. Then turning that interest into a consideration. And now we're beginning to compare and look and make those decisions based on a larger weight of perceived benefit and fit for their family. family. And then now we want to begin to explore. So we want to look, feel, and see what our campuses look like. And we're hoping that from those moments that transitions to enrollment, and they actually go and they complete a registration form, and then it becomes a part of our job to retain. So that's really what I look at when I think about what our families are experiencing and what we need to be prepared to respond to. And this is what it looks like for us and what it's currently looked like in the past several months of what we've created, which is creating this ecosystem that's based off of these 3 rings of successfully creating strong branding with our school district. For every student always has been a part of that big marketing strategy. Aligning the look of our academic athletic programs and our campuses with logos that are clear and coherent and elevated to give us that polished look, as well as looking at the messaging that we want to create through to those targeted audiences, and using that branding and discovering who as a part of the district can be a part of this empowered enrollment team, working with Jeremy through these processes of course selections and working with with Dustin on course selections, working with Jeremy on capacity, working with Brian through the transfer process, identifying the key people who can be collaborative in this space so that we're getting the right work done and creating the processes as we move through this. Again, so that we can engage with our families in meaningful ways from the very beginning of the process all the way through the end, and really just giving them the kind of experiences that we know that we can provide. So this is what it looks like in a more across all platforms. We've identified the visual identity of what we want that enrollment brand to look like. What we want to do experientially is be able to replicate what we've seen our campus principals do extraordinarily well, which is provide campus tours, oftentimes guided by our students who are able to showcase the kind of learning that they're doing in very vibrant ways. The pictures that you're seeing here are from what Nikki Prindle did over at Heisel during the dedication ceremony for that elementary school. Just those beautiful moments that we were able to bring our parents and students along as they went through that school, those are meaningful experiences. Laura Maginell did something very similar when she opened North. So when we look at what we can do to showcase the learning as it's happening, we want to capitalize on that. Through our digital experience, which is really just giving parents the first place to go where you can land so that you can learn about every campus and learn about the district, find a map of what the district looks like and what schools there are. What are the different programs that our school is able to provide? None of these things have been built. So we're actively working on creating a digital space for our families to visit. And that's been a big majority of the work that we're going through right now. And then, of course, our social experience, what folks are experiencing online through social media, and then the video to really help catapult the storytelling in that. So this is what our strategic development timeline is looking like so far. And you can see that there's just a lot of overlap of the kind of work that we're seeing. And here we are in December. A lot of work is underway. We feel very confident that we'll get the digital microsite for our enrollment page. It's begin.leanderisd.org, and that should be up and running before the break. We have some ideas around how we want to amplify the message around open enrollment and out-of-district transfers, but also letting folks know how we move the timeline up on the transfer process for our in-district students as well. And then, of course, the crux of the work that we'll really be concentrating our efforts will be happening after December and into the transfer window opening between January and April as we go through the spring. And just to give you a peek of what we're really looking at, and this is, again, all of these things had to be built as the plane is flying. And so we created an interest dashboard after the local policy was approved back in September to get a gauge of where our families might be coming from, what's that looking like so far for something that we have not really actively pushed out to even just have 43 families from outside of the district come and tell us that they're interested in being a part of our district has meant a lot to us. So it shows us that there is some great potential in this. And then, of course, creating targets for ourselves so that we know what's realistic in terms of where we want to be in terms of how this effort then translates into students in our schools. And so we gave ourselves a low and a mid and a high range enrollment goals. And these are really just assumptions that we did based off of current enrollment. And just taking a percentage of that and seeing just how far we can nudge the needle on that, how those inquiries then turn into applications, and then how those applications then turn into actual enrollment. And the idea behind that is to know that behind those numbers of enrolled students also is a dollar amount attached to that. And that's, again, the overall goal of trying to attract more students to the district.
Thank you, Christine. And I think one testament is the course selection, the microsite that y'all developed. I think that helped communicate some of those changes. And I think once you see the site that they built from a transfer open enrollment standpoint, I think you'll be pleased with that as well. So those are very intentional efforts that we're making around very important topics that are new, and hopefully will help propel some of these estimates in the future. And so transitioning real quick, these are those high-level additional pieces of information we'll provide you after our conversation last time. We'll dig deeper where you want to in the future, but when it comes to early childhood, I wanted to break out, again, a sneak peek into the campuses, into the classrooms, and so what the makeup of those numbers is. All we did last time was give you how many pre-Kers we have at each campus. So these are just some data points with pre-K 3, just your traditional, that's one teacher to 15 students, pre-K 4, one teacher to 20 students. Just understand each classroom, it's complicated and it's blended because there's a lot of different variables going on in these classrooms, but the following slides help us understand a little bit more on each campus. These are the overall numbers. Just over 1,600 total early childhood students that we have in Leander ISD. But we took the same data you saw before by campus, and now we have the students and then the classrooms. So these are classrooms that are being occupied on our campuses. So you start to see an impact on when we go further into early childhood communities. What does it really look like? How does it feel on a campus? I have to give you a couple of data points because this isn't just simple, read it off the spreadsheet kind of data, but just understand that our traditional pre-K 3, which has no asterisk, traditional pre-K 3 is half day. And so when you start looking at, my example is Knowles Elementary, it's showing 50 pre-K 3 and 2 classrooms. Like, how does that happen with a 15-to-1 ratio? Just remember that that's 50 half days, right? So you got 25 total students in the morning, you got 25 students in the afternoon spread across 2 classrooms. Guess what? That falls within ratios. Another component is your, let's look at early education. Well, I have 1 student in 2 classrooms. Like, what does that mean? What it means is that some of those pre-K 3ers are receiving ECSE services within those early education classrooms, and so that's how some of these ratios fall. Why we show this is just early childhood in general. The program is complicated, and so that's why communities are important to make sure that we have the resources in the right place. So when we start looking at future conversations, now we probably have a good idea how complicated the program is, but now we have data that we can utilize to see impacts from one campus to another once we have thresholds. So then at transfer students, you saw the ins and outs. And one of the ins and outs, the categories that really stands out is parent choice. And then we heard the question, like, what does that mean? Like, what's within that category when it comes to parent choice? So out of 201 requests, 77 of those requests were very specific in providing details around why they wanted to transfer their students. The top reason, 21 of those, was keeping siblings together, so family. So you'll see a lot of this, from family to stability, just transportation and logistics, Luckily, we don't have 100 in the other category, but we just have different components that are involved there. So we wanted to give you additional layers, so you're not just dealing with 201 students and not knowing what's within there. We broke it down the best that we could with the data that we have. So we're giving you incremental data to help build some of the perspective around these programs and these impact just overall enrollment. So that's our data download for tonight. But what's important are those thresholds. That's really the main theme of this conversation. That's an important step within a threshold. Just within this conversation is establishing those thresholds. So when we look at what is the next milestone, the next meeting from board meeting is December 11th. So we need to finalize those thresholds now that we gave you that data. There's some other things on that timeline that happen beyond that. Continued development of those mitigation strategies and build upon that foundation, and then develop potential innovative task force, a charter to help guide that effort and establish guardrails, and then prepare for campus educational adequacy studies. That's the one of those studies that's going to be conducted over the spring that will help build some additional context. So that's all beyond that meeting. And
I know we've got some questions. I know some of us needed a little bit more information, so this is the time for y'all to get your questions out and concerns and whatnot. Paul's going to start us off, and we'll go from there.
I was going through one of our local papers, and this was November. I believe it was early November, and I pulled out the article, and it said, Leander listed as the 4th most moved to U.S. city in a recent study, which I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. You know, there's lots of people that used to come in here and tell us that we're fast growth, and you know, and it does seem like we have slowed down to some degree, but there's still a great deal that we're trying to like fill in. As far as the milestones at the 500 ratio, I mean, how fluid are we with that number? Like, what's the why'd we land on that one?
Sure. So I'll tell you the first step is just within staffing guidelines and establishing a staffing guideline once we drop below that 500. So that work was conducted with a group of department leaders and also our campus leaders to establish what type of threshold could we identify to apply additional. Because if you look at what we've done in the past, when it just comes to staffing, it was from 1 student to 849 students. It was the same staffing ratio. So there's a lot of things that change on campuses, and so that was a new threshold that was established and introduced to help right size some of our campuses when it comes to a staffing standpoint. And so we worked through that to establish that 500 and that 400 number.
Okay, but let me just try to dig in a little bit more to the 500. We were just talking about the early childhood development and, you know, different campuses with those kids. That still, it didn't necessarily matter if it was a kid on a half day versus a kid on a full day. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, you know, again, just dig into the 500.
Yeah. So even with that example, when we look at our ratios, like if you look at from 50 students across an entire day, that's 2 half days put together, right? That ratio doesn't work until you break it down into the actual time that those students are on that campus. And so those ratios are applied to the time that they're on campus. And so, Rachel, I don't know if you want to explain any more about maybe some of those conversations around that 500 number in general and how we may have gotten to that point.
Absolutely. So in addition to talking with the campus and district leaders, we looked at our neighboring school districts and competitive school districts, as well as school districts similar to us, and TASB guidelines. And so those numbers of 400 and 500 were really kind of the sweet spot when we looked at our competitors and the TASB recommendations. A lot of them were around the 450 range, and so we kind of split the difference to come up with those 400 and 500.
Yeah, the next question, I'm thinking about as we start our open enrollment and we're marketing, I know that it's a slow grow, right? And we can see, you know, over time, hopefully it'll build up. how will we adjust staffing to accommodate for that growth, if that growth comes? Like, how will those determinations be made? When are they made? You know, so that if open enrollment is very successful at a school and they were at, 450, but open enrollment takes that school over to 510. How quick can we adjust to that? Will we be able to adjust to that? Can you explain that process a little?
Of course. So when we do our projections and determine our staffing, especially at elementary school, even if we say a campus needs X number of first grade classrooms, we don't necessarily give them all of those teachers up front. We look to wait to see like where the actual student's falling. And so that gives us a little bit of cushion to make some adjustments as we go. And a process that we've started this year that would definitely work well for this and with open enrollment is the area superintendents and HR get together weekly during that busy time of year from like July to September, and look every week at our enrollment and where their needs are and talk about where we may need to make some shifts. And then if we get to a point where additional staffing beyond what we already have is needed, we make recommendations to the chiefs, and the chiefs look together and make determinations. This year we have a small amount of contingency funds so that if we have those needs, we can utilize those funds for that, and we would do something similar.
Gloria, I just wanted to comment on that. What you said is actually in action. So we have, a middle school and an elementary where the staffing guidelines have gone above, and we started looking for that second AP and that fourth AP. So thank y'all for doing that, because I know that has been a concern. Just when is that? Do you wait the whole year? Is it a mid-year? So I'm seeing already them putting action when that happens. Trish, you're next. I'm just doing this. We're picking back and forth. No. This, y'all know how I operate. Let's just do this. Now you.
So there's a couple questions, and so I'll queue up one that's going to come later. Don't answer it now. I just want you to be thinking about this, which is I want to understand like the consolidation process of like, what does that mean? Community input. How does this look? What are you doing with the facilities? What are we telling our people? Because if we're going to talk about one point where we take a vote, well, what are we taking a vote on? I want to know ahead of time. And you know what? I'll save my other question. When does that come into play? Because what I'm seeing here is I'm really concerned about how we vote on, I don't know, the enrollment, thresholds, without understanding really what does that mean next step, and how are we engaging, or what happens with the community at this point, or when does that engagement start? So I'll go ahead and, you don't have to think ahead, I'll go ahead and tell you it now. So that's my question.
Okay, so I'll do the best I can with the time that been allotted for the answer. But when you look at that, and we look at the process, right? Especially when we look at process mapping, as we navigate this topic over the years, what's going to happen is we're going to have multiple check-ins throughout the year, and so we'll be able to identify what campuses are approaching certain thresholds. When you don't have a threshold, you don't know when they may reach the point that you have to discuss consolidation. And once you establish thresholds, you can trend to when that campus is going to be at that point. And then you do have to take it contextually, because you have to look at where is this campus within the geographic location within the district, because of those mitigation strategies. And so we're gonna know by applying mitigation strategies if they're working or they're not gonna work. And then if they're not working, that's when you start planning, because you're coming to a point that you're going to have to strongly consider what options you have. And at any given point, you don't know what needs you may have as a district that may meet. But as long as you have those mitigation strategies, those are intended to not have those conversations if you can. But, and so the runway is going to be there, because you're going to continue to monitor it year over year. And so as you approach those campuses would be, the communities would understand, because you're making public documents out there to monitor those checkpoints. And so what you hope for is there's no surprises in that process. But those steps can be further established, and I think we're making progress on a lot of that. But as we go through this, the data that we're going to gather year over year is going to help us navigate that so we can engage appropriately.
Okay, so Jerry, just so we're all on the same page, let me just do the B question here, part B, which is this: if you're saying that, I do think this is more than a 2 or 1 or 3. This is a district-wide issue we're watching with our enrollment. And so I love the fact that we have the stability we're introducing into the system and how we're going to methodically look at this and help mitigate. It doesn't help me. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying we're going to do this across the board because we have a phase 1 and a phase 2? Phase 2 doesn't show mitigation. And so are you telling me that phase 2, for the first time, is that going to do a mitigation strategy, or what happens? I really want to make sure we're clear with the community. If we're not doing mitigation strategies, then let's talk about that. But if we are, that's fine. Then that's great. Because it's the first time we're rolling it out. If you're saying this is going to happen for all of them, okay.
Yeah, I would say what we're working on right now is together, the board adopted a resolution on September 30th in which kind of started outlining the work that administration and the board would work together as a district to establish some of this criteria and some of this process. And so where we are right now is working through that and to identify what we need to do as a district when we do have these challenges in front of us. The point in which you apply these strategies and the methodology that we're outlining here can still be determined, but right now we're kind of working through that resolution without having that finality with all of these pieces. We did go through a process up to this point. Right, we spent last spring working through a framework, identifying potential campuses, worked within a matrix and things like that. And so work has been done to this point. What we're trying to do is take the feedback that we had and I think build upon that. And that's kind of outlined within that resolution. So it can be determined how we apply these, whether it's now in the future, that still to be determined. But what we're trying to do is kind of just work through that process and further refine it.
I think I turned you off. Sorry, go. Oh, it's not working? Oh, just hold on.
Mine works. I'm just saying, it
Oh.
said Laura's was on, so, okay. So, slide 20, what? Slide 28, I just wanted some clarification. It might be similar to what Gloria just asked. So, you had indicated targeted open enrollment opportunities and also enhanced transfer opportunities, so that's internal transfers. And so my question has to do with when those transfers are going to be open versus when staffing decisions will be made. And this is for before school, before the whole July, August period that Rachel talked about. Just trying to see if we're going to run into the same hiccups that we ran into this past school year for internal transfers.
Yeah, and so one thing to understand why we want to we moved up the transfer window. And one reason we did that was intentional, to identify those students that may want to transfer, and then we can adjust staffing appropriately instead of establishing staffing and then doing transfers. Now we want to see the interest, and so then we match our staffing with that population that is hoping to transfer in. So we realign those to help avoid as much as possible some of the challenges that you're mentioning.
Okay, and then just a follow-up on the interest. So you mentioned we got 43. How are we informing people of that availability? Because if transfers open up in January?
Yes.
Then, and that's barely a month away, so they really should know that this is available.
Yes, we're doing an active
postcard that we intend to send out to those communities that can really cross over into, with close proximity into the district. And so just to amplify the message around open enrollment being available to our families outside of the district, and so we're starting slow and starting in an effort to just build that brand awareness around what we're doing, and then pointing folks to the begin.leanderisd.org site so that they can get a better idea of what our campus has to offer. We're also starting some paid social advertising as well.
Okay, is it going to be before school's out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Also understand that the in-district transfers will take place at the beginning of January, but the out-of-district transfers, we're not doing that until February. So we still have the month of January to ensure that we can continue to amplify the message and create awareness to our out-of-district families. We want to prioritize our in-district transfers and get them placed appropriately before we figure out where we can place other folks outside of the district.
Yeah. And that timeline was really intentional to try to get our in-district transfers squared away before we issued staffing to campuses. So those will be part of the staffing considerations, and then also provide us the opportunity to see where we do have room for open enrollment after we get the staffing in place.
I got to push back on that.
Yeah, I thought we were going to look at them together.
Yeah,
and determine the staffing after.
No, I think we were going to put the staffing, but I think we were going to look at seats that were open. But my concern did this is that we're trying to be competitive, and we're trying to be who we are. Everybody knows that we're Leander ISD. Everyone knows that we have amazing bands, we have amazing football programs. Our brand is there. What worries me is Round Rock's already, trying to poach our kids, Liberty Hill, and we're not going to start until February. And I just feel like this is, again, this whole thing is, we're going to wait another year to see if it works, and we're going to be in the same financial situation as we are. We have a $15.8 million deficit. I feel like we're not going to give any we're not going to have enough time to show that the open enrollment is going to have a chance because we're behind on the curve. And that is what's concerning me. We're going to roll out our open enrollment form to those around us, but by that time, they've already connected with Round Rock. They've already connected with Liberty Hill. I mean, I was at a festival over the last 2 weeks. Round Rock's there saying, hey, come here. I will do this. We're not doing that. And so I'm just really worried, board, that I don't want y'all to put a lot of thought into this open enrollment, because I don't think it's going to give us the action we need in the next 2 months that we're going to see, because we're just not advertising it like we should. That's how I feel. And I'm really worried that we're not getting out there like we should. We're behind the curve. That's what it is. And I know y'all are doing the best you can, Christina. I know what our budget is, and y'all are a team of 8? And most charter schools have millions of dollars of marketing, but I'm really worried about us rolling out this open enrollment as late as we are, and essentially not giving those campuses at that weird, threshold the opportunity to gain that open enrollment, because those parents have probably already committed to a nearby school, gone to a micro school or whatever. So I'm really, really concerned about our timeline for rolling this out.
The thing, Anna, that hope maybe gives me a little bit of hope is just the timing. So even if they commit, or they think they commit, if they're not starting school till August.
But remember, course selections are happening. You know how it is as a parent.
I just kept thinking about elementary, sorry.
But that's what I'm just I want this to work. We are an amazing district. We have great programs here. But if we're not gonna give people outside of our district time to see that, and then we're gonna do it after the fact, then I just feel like we're spinning our wheels once again, and we're not gonna see the impact that we wanna see until, 1.5 years now, and by that time, I feel like it's too late. So I'd like to see us, I know you're only one person, I know there's only 8 people, Christina, I wish I could clone more and give you all the money, but to me, I really feel like if we're gonna really do this enrollment marketing and everyone knows who we are, we've gotta go 100 miles an hour and not wait 3 to 4 months to brand or tell who we are.
An idea on that is, as we are thinking about postcards and things like that, are there resources that we can give campuses that are doing their own, like, I think I told you, I know 4 Points Middle School is hustling it out there. And I'm sure, other schools are probably doing the same. It's just because of my proximity there, it's what I see. And so can you talk about how are we already doing that, or how we can support those campuses? Because I think, like you said, a lot of this is community talking to people, right? It's talking to people at soccer games and at Randall's and at HEB and stuff like that. And so if I have something, I can be, it enables me to give you something and talk to you about it.
Yes, it's a great question. I apologize that I didn't go into it more thoroughly, but when you're looking at that microsite and what we will be providing, it does lay out the campuses and with the ability to click on them and then provide the campus profiles that we have talked about previously around what those information, demographic information, student population, campus leader, campus culture, and that will be populated and aligned across so that you'll be able to make comparisons across each one of those campuses to see really what is a good fit for your family. And so I do feel like once we get that site up and rocking and rolling, it will be available to lay out in a beautiful way what will be available to our families who are interested in coming to the district. Just to answer your question or to address a little bit of your concern, we're in year 0. And so it's hard to try to, again, like build the plane while you're flying it with a limited amount of time in trying to make sure that it's done and executed well. And so when you're talking about enrollment marketing, when you're talking about marketing in general, you really have to be polished and your best foot forward before you want to start an aggressive marketing campaign. I think what we already have going for us are some beautiful things around a really strong story, brand reputation, and the excellence that we are able to provide. So when we know that that is pretty much standardized across the district, we know that that is something people will know. And when I say that, that is far-reaching. If you go to that interest dashboard, you'll see folks as far away as Gerald who are interested in coming to the district. And so, yes, it feels like not a lot is happening. We are doing our level best on the back end, trying to do the things that are necessary, but it is, again, layer upon layer of a lot of work that needs to get done on top of the fact that we're not built out like a traditional marketing agency. We are also a communications, and probably communications first and foremost. And so when you think about that and the things that we've had to respond to in terms of crisis, in terms of a lot of the changes that we're experiencing here in the district, those are the things that you also have to consider on top of what I think is a pretty robust marketing strategy. And so I think with a lot of these things, when you look at campaigns, it does feel like it's taking forever to develop that momentum. But once it starts to get rolling, and once we're really able to get folks on campuses to really experience what our campuses look like, that will really begin to translate into what enrollment really looks like.
Can I ask, though, because they both mentioned it, I just want to know as you're rolling this in, it's like, that's what I'm really curious about, is like, if the campuses are getting people on their, doing the open houses, like they're getting ready to, they have steps that they're getting ready to do, right? And then we also have PTAs. Like I have parents and PTAs and groups reaching out to me going, how can we help? What can we do? Are we able to maybe not roll out all your stuff, as you've mentioned, there's things you're doing, but the interest form or as Gloria said, there's things our campuses are doing. Are we able to like tap into and support them if they're trying to roll things out now?
Oh, absolutely. And I forgot to mention this part as well. So when we looked at the campus tours and that aspect of what we want to do and provide that support for our campuses, when we spoke to our campus leaders, we asked about how we can best effectively support what would work best for our campuses, and really the number one response was, we would love those campus profiles. So we started that work there. Give us something that we can put in our hands so that I have something that when people walk in, I can give them. And so that has been a majority of the work, which is intense work because it's a lot of data for 48 campuses. So that just hearing from them, that is where it started. And yes, Steve Crawford is amazing and is doing amazing things. And I am so excited to see, because he's learning so much and he's daring to do it single-handedly. And so I applaud all of his efforts. And yes, we are available to him, and he knows. Yes, our campuses know, and campuses understand that their needs are so unique. So that what we're experiencing on our north sides of our campuses, while they might not necessarily be able to accommodate the growth, what can they do to help amplify the message for folks who might be traveling along Bell Boulevard and could make an easy trip down into Blockhouse to go to those campuses? So being able to say, hey, this is not designed to be a competitive atmosphere, an environment for you to poach, if you will, students. So let's work together to try to overall enhance the number across the district. And so I feel like those conversations went very well. Again, this is not, it's such a new, it takes a required new mindset and a shift around what we've conventionally thought about school districts. And that is taking some effort as well for folks to really fully embrace this new world and new reality that we're facing.
So I had a question. I know at one point campuses were supposed to be doing like a PLC sheet, and it was like amazing, full of all the great information. Are we not? I know we got 3 campuses to do it. Are we not following through for the rest of the district?
I think that's what Christina was talking about.
So those PLC sheets, that's what I was.
It's not a PLC sheet.
Well, I just know it came out from there, and we talked about it at the PLC conference. That's why I called it that.
Oh,
I think the campus profiles, I think is what you.
That's what that's what came out of it. That's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, I had a great conversation with Brenda.
CBAS is what it is. I just remember talking about it.
Yes.
I just remember talking about it at PLC conference. That's why. So yes, the CBAS. Those 3 things. I think Vista Cedar Park Middle School did it.
That's
I was
correct.
just wondering, those are what you're talking about?
Precisely,
Thank you.
100%. Yes.
Okay, slide 5, areas requiring focus tonight. The first one, long-range and budget planning timelines. So I'm trying to integrate all this information and also put into context some things. So the first one is long-range planning timelines. So we have this plan that's being created, this path for schools that hit these various milestones and what that would look like. And so to me, that sounds like, okay, this would be like our long-term plan of how we will handle low and high enrollment schools. And then I'm thinking about like, okay, well, what are the short-term decisions that we're needing to make more urgently? Because I'm seeing in here, it says we're already behind the window for smooth implementation. So I'm thinking about from the decision points that we need to make more urgently. And then the other piece that I'm thinking about is the budget. So, and just, couple of questions just to clarify things to make sure I understand correctly. We had a budget deficit last year and we made a lot of staffing cuts to address that. We have an additional budget cuts that have to be made for next year on top of those, correct? Okay, so that was one piece. And then the other piece is that we've talked about, and again, this is me just integrating all of this information, so bear with me. We talked about revenue opportunities. We've talked about cuts to address those budget shortages. We've also talked about the urgency of our fund balance and that really we need to make these decisions around the budget for next year because we will dip below our designated fund balance. So I'm trying to sort through revenue options that will produce more immediately, that would help eat at some of those cuts that need to be made versus, versus decisions that need to be made, whether or not consolidation, low staffing, all these things are going to be part of addressing the budget shortage for next year, the budget cuts that need to be made. I guess I'm trying to sort through this piece of what are the more immediate decisions that need to be made because we're behind already for the steps that we need to take to set us up for next year, both in like resources, staffing, implementation, our normal process, and then the budget pieces. I guess I'm looking for clarity on that. I'm hearing a little bit from the community that they're wanting clarity on like what are we doing? What decisions do we need to make urgently? Which ones are more long-term? I guess I'm trying to integrate all this information, and to be honest, I was hoping we were gonna have some of that tonight because that's what we talked about layering the levers and pulling different, and the financial implications, and because, and I'm not, I get it, we asked for a lot of information, so I understand. But to me, it sounds like we really have some urgent decisions to make. And so I'm trying to sort through what are those urgent decisions versus long-term ones. And I'm rambling. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think, so if you start from a long-range planning standpoint, obviously we've been discussing this for a while now, and we've got to a stage, right? We got to a stage earlier this fall, and that's when the resolution was established, and now a lot of the work is focused kind of on that because it was a good document to try to lay out what some of these next steps are, and so we're navigating that with the understanding that we do have a deficit that we're going to have to mitigate as well. And so as we go through this is why we don't want distractions just on long-range planning, because simultaneously there's a budget that we have to work through. And administratively, we've worked through let's just identify some of those levers. We haven't had the lever conversation just yet, but we know we have to, because we have to start working through that early spring, because we have to adopt a budget in June. So we have the deficit that's floating above us, that we have to find ways to mitigate that deficit, and that can be a combination of several different things. And so what's set up when you look at a budget from a budget standpoint, like January 8th is that's a real date, and that's a big date, because right now, as it stands, that's the lever conversation that has where we're bringing those pre-assumptions from a budget standpoint, bringing them to the table and having those conversations. And so we have to consider both of those, and that's why we set up the critical lever analysis to be able to assist us with some of those conversations. But they all have different timelines for implementation, right? And so when we look from a long-range planning standpoint, what happens is that decisions can lead to other decisions that have to be made, because we have to establish just our enrollments, where students are going, the staffing assigned to those, right? And then we have to hire individuals, and so that whole process takes a little while, and there's a sweet spot in March is where you want to hire. So when we look at that compressed timeline, we are looking at what direction are we going? And so our hope is that when we work through the resolution, that we begin to provide some clarity, and sometimes data can provide that clarity, and that's what we hope for. But there are some big decisions that need to be made because of the timing implications of those.
And I think what we've brought to you so far is the fact that we cannot continue to operate the way that we are operating right now. And part of the problem is the low enrollment campuses. And so what we've been able to bring to you so far in this process is these staffing guidelines that say, if we're going to operate these low enrollment campuses at these enrollments, then these are the staffing guidelines that we're going to have to move to in order to make sure that we're being as efficient as we need to be to make sure that this happens. So I think that's how far we are in the process. We were in a slightly different place earlier in the fall, and that conversation, has progressed through to where we are today, but it has shifted some in that time, and so this is where we are right now.
So I appreciate that clarity. I'm still slightly uneasy about opening enrollment for transfers in January when we haven't made a decision on what campuses will be open. So I think I'm thinking about all these different pieces that are dependent on where we decide to go with all of this. I don't know. That's where I am.
I'm with you. So I was looking through my notes, and Pete, I might need you for this. But based on the, what is the financial savings for those low enrolled models? Do you have, that just came to me. I'm starting now to think. Because I'm trying to understand and this is just me talking, but based on what you just said in this timeline, I don't know if we're ever gonna get to that conversation. Let's be honest. And so I'm trying to figure out, with the low staffing guidelines that were presented, what is that savings? And then I want to know, where are we going to get the extra money or millions of dollars we have to cut to be able to have that budget, to not have a budget deficit? Because that's what I need to hear. Everyone is, consolidating schools it's not going to save the budget. It's going to get us somewhere, but I don't think people understand, we're going to have to cut some really big items in order for us to be financially stable here, and I'm not seeing any of that, and I'm just trying to understand this.
I thank you. That's helping clarify what I'm trying to say too, is that this is all in the context. None of these districts are consolidating schools because they want to. They're doing it because of budget constraints. And so it's hard. I understand that we're we're going to talk about the budget in January, but it's hard for me to really understand the implications of consolidation without understanding what that's going to mean for the cuts that are going to need to happen outside of that. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around that. I'm seeing the statement that we're kind of behind, and it's just, I don't know, it feels a little bit disjointed.
So I will point out that we were on track with the framework that we had been operating on to make some decisions on October 9th. And in the process of the conversations with the community and in the process of the conversations with the board, more information was requested, and that's what we've brought back. The resolution was put in place, and that's what we as administration have brought back to the board now, exactly in alignment with the resolution, exactly what was asked of us, and laid out very carefully all the pieces of information that the board has requested. And so we're open to the conversation about what has to happen next, but we need direction from the board to understand where it is that you want us to go. We are gonna present a set of assumptions to the board in the budget process. So the budget process works that in December we'll bring you a calendar, we'll bring you pre-assumptions. The board will then adopt those assumptions in January, because that's when Pete and his team has to start in earnest to develop the budget. So that what those assumptions are dependent on some of these decisions, and that's what we need clarity around. And so I think that's fair to say as part of this conversation. Up until now, what we are able to bring you is the staffing guidelines and what that looks like. I think we've looked carefully at what those dollar savings are. I'm not sure if Pete can pull them up and let you know what those are exactly.
I have them. I pulled them up. So if you just went to all the campuses that qualified for the smaller staffing, that's about just under 2.3 million. It's $2.28 million is what the district would save. And then the other options we have is if 3 campuses were closed and then the remaining campuses that were eligible were lowered, it's 4.9 million. And then if 2 campuses were closed, And the other campuses that were still fell under the small guidelines were just right under 4 million. It's like 3.95 or something like that.
And
So
so,
you have three numbers. I mean, you have the
yeah.
sorry. The four.
And I'll point out that what's important to understand about those numbers is the delta between them, because the delta between them is really the important piece. So you can't think about 4.9 million on its own. You have to think about the delta between that and the staffing guidelines model and how much difference that is. Because depending on where we land on all of these conversations will then determine the assumptions that we bring to the board in January, and then the work that we have to do to get to make sure that we close the gap down to 1.5%.
Yeah, so if you relate that to levers, those are three choices or three levers, but you only can do one of those. I mean, if you do one, then it changes the other two, and so it's just to kind of just to relate it to the term that we've been using before. So, but once that decision is made, or wherever we go with that, then that kind of determines the rest of the budget and the assumption and how much conversations we have to have and how we have to adjust our going forward. So.
What I want to assure you is that whatever assumptions we land on, we're going to bring you a budget that meets those assumptions in June. That's our job. That's the whole point of putting the assumptions in place and getting them approved by the board in January, is that gives us the direction of the work that we have to do in earnest to make sure that as we work through the spring, we bring you back a budget that meets those assumptions for adoption in June.
I think some of, Pete just gave us 3 different scenarios, right? And I think we do need to spend some time talking about, as a board, where we are with those, where we want to move with those. I know a lot of principals have been talking and they're reaching out because they're like, there's a budget deficit. You're going to have to balance this budget. And if y'all don't start making some decisions, is it true that y'all are going to mess with secondary schedule? And there's panic in the system. I have no desire for us to mess with our secondary system, our secondary calendar. I don't want to do that. I don't think that that we're at that place, but I think that our indecision is creating a lot of anxiety in the system, not just at the elementary level, but also, at the secondary level. Secondary's wondering, okay, well, if y'all don't make any of these cuts, what other cuts are y'all going to? I know, like, Pete gave his one presentation of death by a million cuts, right, from the state of Texas to public schools, but a lot of our secondary staff felt like last year, we had a deficit and we made a lot of cuts, and they felt that it hit secondary hard. They're worried about if we don't make some decisions. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, we're talking about open enrollment. We're going to open enrollment, but we haven't decided which schools are going to be open for open enrollment. Because are we going to vote on, are we going to have a conversation about consolidating some schools? Well, if we're going to have a conversation about that, then we probably need to let people know that, so we're not accepting open enrollment for a school that's not open. I also think it changes people's ideas about where they may want to go to school, right? If you consolidate some schools, they won't be in the under 500. They may be over 500. And so I think I've had some families reach out and say, hey, I don't want to talk about this, but I want to go to a school that's over 500 because I don't want to be in a low enrolled model. And I think it is important that none of our schools, we don't want to close a school because we think a school is a bad school or because they deserve to be closed or targeting a school. We're looking at enrollment and we're looking at financially, how can we provide the best experience for our students and across all of LISD. And I think that they are hard emotional decisions, but the longer we delay these decisions, it's just going to snowball this, right? Because as soon as we start doing open enrollment, are we gonna say then, oh, okay, well, we can't close any schools because we accepted people for open enrollment to those schools? So we're gonna have to wait now on that. Or do we need to have a decision before open enrollment goes live of what we're planning to do for next year? How do we do open enrollment then without making a decision?
Gloria, you make a lot of good points, but the one thing that I think a lot of us are still trying to figure out is what is that time? Do you have a time that you're thinking? Because as of right now, all these discussions we've had up until September, October, November, now we're in December, with other discussions still to come, it seems like I'm thinking off the top of my head, January, maybe February, to actually make the decision to close a campus. We're just coming into the details of why a campus might hit a threshold of low enrollment. And I'm looking at the paper that we had from last month, and if we do the low enrollment at 500, there are 15 schools that are under 500. I don't want the threshold at under 500 to start. I know there might be a sweet spot, but I would like to look at well, no, there's two. There's the one, and then under 400. I would like to look at more of the schools that did find those sweet spots. How long did they last? Did they, how well are they doing?
To be very frank, the struggle with the staffing guidelines at such low levels is that other districts don't have guidelines that low because their campuses aren't that low.
Well, it doesn't mean I want to quit, though. I mean, I get that they may not be that low. We're in a different thing, but here it is right in the paper. Say we're still the 4th most moved to U.S. city in a recent study. That's great.
That's in Leander, right?
In
It's talking
Leander, where
about
all
the
the
city
growth
of
is.
Leander growth, and that's where we see our schools that are over enrolled, and that's where, that's where we're seeing the high growth. It's just, I wish it was more distributed, but, that high growth happens in different places.
Oh, Nkosi.
I have 2 pages of notes, so we're gonna figure it out. No. Yeah. So all I have, to break. So one, I'm gonna ask for clarity on something. Oh, okay, sorry, there we go. So one, I just want to get clarity on something. 2, I have an information request, and then 3, I'll ask a question. So on the first one, for the confirmation, slide 28, I just want to clarify that these are at least a beginning point of the strategies, of the mitigation strategies we have available. And so what I see is that we have the staffing model, we have the enrollment and marketing supports, and we have consolidation as the current communicated mitigation strategies. Can you clarify that, right? Are these supposed to be the mitigation strategies?
Yes, this is a high-level assessment of potential mitigation strategies that could be applied.
Okay, cool, that's just clarity. And then, so the second piece, information requests, and I thought I heard Trish ask for this, but maybe not, but it feels like kind of consolidation is the most disruptive of those strategies that we have available, and so I would request like an implementation plan. I think it was communicated in terms of a timeline, but like an implementation plan. I think families have also discussed traffic, like down to the detail. And so would love to know when those decision points, should we consider consolidation? What does that look like? What does that launch? And then, so my question is.
So hold on, can I just clarify quickly what that information request is? Because I want to make sure that we capture it adequately so that we can respond. Would that be from the point of decision of consolidation? What happens from that point on?
Exactly.
To actual implementation of school closure at the end of a school year, and then what happens to that building, and is that what you're talking about?
All the way through, and so it's not necessarily answers, but thinking through. I want to be clear, like we know all the questions that we have to answer from that decision all the way to
So it's process.
implementation. Yep.
Like transportation and all that.
Transportation.
Okay.
What about
Clarity
rezone maps?
pieces.
Are we gonna look at that?
Rezone, all
Yes? Okay, good.
Are you clear?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, so we'll be able to identify very similar to mitigation strategies, right? So what are those strategies for implementation for
And I
campuses
think
that
we
we
saw
go through that
some bones of that.
process, yeah.
And so.
No framework.
Yeah, so just that's a request. And then the question is really about, we're talking about, for me, identifying risk and mitigating the risk. And so understanding the impact on student learning of the staffing model, and just to understand what are the known risks. And maybe we already have a plan to mitigate, but I think it's important that we communicate. We know that, this may erode student learning or experience by making this decision and understanding what the known risks are. Like the small staffing model at threshold 1, threshold 2, what are the known risks that we've already identified and we started to prepare to mitigate? Do we have some answer? Yeah, that's a question.
I would like that, because some of those schools, if you look, that fall under those thresholds are Title I campuses. And those concern me if we're going down 0.5. I mean, because those we need that support on that campus. So I like where you're going with this, Nkosi.
And so if we don't have that information, there could be a request.
Yeah, is there a way to see that other part of it though, right? Because we're looking at, Paul, I was doing a similar search on the numbers. We're looking at depending on which scenario you want to look at, almost half of our campuses in phase 1 and phase 2 within the next 2 years. So if half of your campuses we're saying are gonna be that way, then we're saying half of our campuses are gonna be with low enrollment, phasing staff models. So is there a way for us to then understand, is that our only option, or are there other things we can do when these things start happening? Is it magnet? Is it this? Is it that? Is consolidation the only, again, I don't think this should be a discussion about necessarily budget, because as you just heard Pete do numbers, this is gonna be small numbers. We're talking about in managing our enrollment overall, being fiscally responsible. When we wanna get to the levers to really get us some things, that's gonna be another conversation, right? But I just wanna know, to your point, is if we're gonna do so many campuses with this model, is there gonna be another option then for how we do it? Is it only traditional model is all we're gonna talk about?
I also want to see if we are closing, consolidating 2 schools, what other campuses, when we look at transportation or the boundaries for those closures, then do we have as many schools under 500? Because I think in some of those cases, closing 1 actually is going to push 2 to 3 over that 500. And so I'd also like to look at that information. So if we've talked about closing this campus and this campus, what it does to those surrounding schools, because I think then it reduces that number of campuses that also fall into that low enrollment formula.
Which then goes to the next question that Nkosi mentioned, right? Which is if you're looking at this, what's the implementation? If you've got 3 campuses near each other that all have a similar enrollment number, how is the district making a choice? Or what is how are y'all making that process? And then at what point do y'all get community buy-in, and how does all those pieces look?
I want to come back to the student learning piece, because the problem we have, as I've thought about this over time, is the lack of resources are forcing us into this position. So number one, we don't choose to do this. I think we need to make that very clear, is that this is not our choice. This has been forced on us. But second, if you continue to staff campuses at the same level, we'll continue to do the same work that we're doing right now. If you change the staffing model for low enrolled campuses, we will learn over time what to do with that well. But we won't necessarily know what that looks like right up front. So the problem is that it's a chicken egg problem. I can't develop the learning and get that right, and then change the staffing model. Because if I don't change the staffing model, I'm never going to change the way we do the learning. And so I have to force the change in learning by changing the staffing model. I cannot continue with the status quo the way it is because of the resources. So I'm forced to change the staffing model, which will force us to change and rethink how we do that. That's why in our framework in the spring, we have this task force that's got to come together to start thinking through. We know that we're going to have half of our campuses under that 500 threshold. They're going to be on a new staffing guideline. We don't have a choice in that matter. We cannot meet our deficit with the way that we're doing business right now. So we know that that's true, regardless of whether we consolidate 1 or 2 or 3 campuses. That is going to be a fact for our district going forward. So we have to get our heads around, this is a new staffing model for how we do business. That doesn't mean we can't do learning well, but it will take us a minute to adjust. It's like when we get a new STAR test or a new, when it goes from tax to teams to STAR to whatever, it takes us a hot minute to readjust and get to where we now understand and we can get back to that level we were at. There's no doubt that there's going to be some implementation dip as we step through this process. But if we don't do that, we will never bottom out and come back out the other side again.
Yeah, last piece on that, and I 100% agree. And so I think that we have to do it. And so I think what's really important is that we communicate to the community that we understand that the student experience will be different. Like, let's just be straight, honest. And we've thought about it, and we're mitigating for it. And so that is going to provide the community with a level of confidence that we're thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead, and we've started to mitigate for those differences.
Absolutely, I agree. I will say that I think what I've just said, though, is true at the 500 student level. As we get between 400 and 500, there is potentially a different conversation to be had under 400. I will say that we again have no choice but to implement those staffing guidelines if we're going to operate campuses under 400. I don't think we can continue to do it any other way. However, that's going to take a lot different set of creativity and imagination, to your point of we may have to reinvent completely what that looks like in order to make it work. Because right now all we have on paper is 1s going to 0.5s, but we have not explored in any formal fashion what does that look like. Are we sharing? Are we putting part-time people? We don't know what that looks like yet, and we're going to have to figure that out. And yes, I think we are under a time constraint to make a decision on some of this so that we can start doing that work, knowing exactly what we're going to be operating under in 26, 27.
I looked through here, I counted right now, there's some wiggle room. There's about 7 that are under 400. So when I'm asking for that, what that looks like, if we did close the school, how that would impact those 7. Like, is there schools near them that, are there in clusters where we can push some of those schools that are under that 400? Can we push them over 500?
I think that's what we brought you before with the 3 paths that we laid out. We brought you a scenario that clearly laid out that if you close Fabian and move those kids to West Side, make sure that I say that right. I'm looking at people for help.
I was like, is it West Side?
I want to make sure I say that right. Then West Side goes over 500, and now they're not in this scenario anymore, and Fabian becomes something else. And the same is true at Steiner Ranch. If you close one of those Steiner Ranch schools, then the other 2, well, they're still low, but they get closer to being at least not anywhere near 400, closer to being above the 500. And so you do mitigate that problem by doing that. And then the same was true with the 3rd pair, which is Cypress and Norman were the other 2 that we looked at. Since then, we got new PASA data, we saw that part of our fear initially was that we were going to see campuses continue to drop in enrollment over time and fall through those thresholds, so fall through the 500 and then fall through the 400 threshold. What PASA pointed out to me, the way I really read the data, is that yes, we'll have some campuses come through that 500 threshold, but then they're going to level out over time because of the way the demographic cycle is working, and they're going to kind of stabilize and hover around. Now, we're going to get some up and down, and we may have some that dip in and out of the 400, and that's what's going to be tricky. You know, we can't be too hard-nosed either on if you hit a threshold, now suddenly you're on the list. And that's why if you look at the wording that Jeremy has in here, it's when you hit that 400 threshold, now we're starting to have a conversation around consolidation, not necessarily you hit 400, we're consolidating you, because that may not work depending where that is in the district. We also know that we have relative confidence in the data in the near term, but the longer out we get, the less confidence we have in the data, and that's why we bring PASA back to do a full demographic study every year, because we need to know and understand every year what that looks like. But this gives us the ability to really build that structure around what happens, because we don't only want to do this for now. I know we have a problem right now and we're trying to solve some immediate urgent issues, but we also have a long-term structural issue that we have to address to make sure that every year when we get the data back and campuses start to fall on this list, we have to know, and the community has to know, if you're here, this is what's going to happen, and this is the timeline that it happens in. If you're here, then this is what's going to happen, and here's the timeline that happens in. And to your point, we have a very clear path laid out of this is how that's going to look and how it's going to work.
And then some of our community might not, there might be members who don't want like a smaller campus because of it looks different. Maybe the grades are stacked or what. Don't they want to go to a traditional. And so that's also what I'm trying to wrap my head around. If the discussion is we're gonna, consolidate, look at some of these phase twos and go, well, we think some of these students really want that traditional. We want to give them that option. And then we're thinking, oh, but later we'll look. That's what I'm trying to think about, how that phase two builds out at this point, right? Because what you're talking about is a long-term discussion. And so I think some of this stuff will start working out. It's just, what do we do right now for our phase two, right? Because when I'm counting, it just depends on what you're looking at. So we've got different type enrollments, and I think that's going to be important as we go through, right? Because we have this map with the capacity, and this would be great to make sure we get it with our board book, so everybody gets to be on the same page with our numbers. But this has, of course, a group of numbers, and we talked about that. It's projections, but it has, in 2 years, 13 campuses will be at phase one, right? If you didn't do anything, if you didn't mitigate, and no open enrollment, all that stuff. But once you open an early learning center and you open up at 31, okay, now your numbers look a little different, right? And that's I think we're working on building this out long term. I'm still trying to figure out, like Nkosi was saying, like, as we're talking about the immediate things, I want to know what that implementation looks like and how are we doing this thoughtfully, knowing there might be some more immediate decisions that we need to look at. Does that make sense?
No, I understand. Do y'all?
Yeah, this was helpful, just the way you framed it,
Yes.
of like the short term being embedded in the long term was just getting a little bit unwieldy. So I appreciate the clarity that you provided and kind of summarizing that.
I guess I have a question. So we see this, right? We see these campus enrollment, and I know we're doing high level here, Jeremy. I know that. But what concerns me is, we heard from TEA with their new announcement about, I think it was TEA, about vouchers and pre-K, right? And so $10,000, they can use that voucher to go use it at a private pre-K. We're trying to emphasize pre-K and get people into our buildings. We know pre-K's numbers change every year. And so I'm having a hard time trying to wrap my head around that. You know, I know we talked about last meeting, you know, the idea of pushing them together or a hub. And I know there's a lot of layers to that. I understand that, but I'm just trying to, I guess for me, what I'm just thinking about is I see some of these campuses in particular that, this is on the record, so I'm just going to say a name out, like Cox particular, right? It's got a pre-K hub. If we remove that pre-K hub, then it goes down to low enrollment threshold too. And so what I'm trying to understand is with pre-K numbers fluctuating every year, because it's all either, you know, by students that qualify, and who knows what the voucher game's going to throw in now. And so I'm trying to understand, how are we going to balance this out, and how does this fit into this? Like, I can't wrap my head around this, because to me, when I see this, knowing the uncertainty of where pre-K is going, right? Are we going to have every year, it's going to be like, oh, well, guess what? You have enough kids, Cox, you have enough kids in pre-K, you're off. And then the following year, oh, guess what? You don't have enough pre-K kids. We're going to go you down to low enrollment. Like, I'm just trying to understand this pre-K aspect to it.
And look, can I add to that real quick? Because I was going to ask a similar question about pre-K, which is basically we're going to have that early childhood center that is going to pull from 6 schools, I guess, when it opens, 5 or 6, and then just fill up when it opens. And so my question was, is there an issue with exploring, not necessarily to that scale, but some similar consolidation for our current pre-K programs? Like, once we have the 19, we'll go down to 13 schools, and from year to year it fluctuates. Like she said, some years it could be so low at one school, they're like, okay, we're gonna move it to that school, and just trying to figure out how we can create more of those communities.
Sade, can you follow that up with what is the purpose of that? What are you trying to achieve with consolidating pre-K programs?
So what I'm trying to achieve is, like, if I go to, let's go to page 40, because I can't see. Okay, so when you look at some of the schools, and let me see which ones I was looking at. Okay, so one was the small numbers of the EE versus the number of classrooms, and then also when you look at some of the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, it's finding those. Let me go to finding those synergies or efficiencies where, similar to how we have some of those classrooms we've talked about in elementary, where the classrooms might be small. We might not, where they're really, really small. And so I can't see, sorry, my eyes are not my glasses. Okay, I'll just pick one school is, okay, there we go, thanks. But anyway, it was more in terms of trying to create a situation where the classrooms are not terribly small because of the number of students.
Like enrollment-wise, or like square footage-wise, when you thought
Enrollment-wise.
Enrollment-wise, yeah, and so some of these can fluctuate, like you said, throughout the year. The good thing is that anytime you have a guideline, a ratio, it does drive a lot of decisions you make, and so our ratios drive the number of classrooms, and so that's the result of the classrooms is because of the number of students that you have divided by the ratio, and so that's how we get here. But we have to understand that when we take an entire program, you got to take everything else with it, because we have the ECSE services that are provided as well. We have walk-in services that happen on these campuses, and so that's why it's very complicated to explain from this chart to you. And so I think even going deeper in the future down the road, we can have this conversation, because I think it's kind of a midterm type of discussion, and it probably is not going to solve immediately what we have on the table, but we can fold it into within that year at a glance.
I think, Sade, I do think that the board work in this realm of pre-K is for the board to establish some criteria for us to work through. So that might look like something like, we expect that the administration will make sure that we are maximizing the efficiency of our pre-K classrooms based on the ratios that we have set as 18:1 at pre-K, 15 at pre-K 3, 20 at pre-K 4, and that we maximize the efficiency, but then the board is going to have to leave that work to the administration. So this is not work that the board can do in here. You can lay out some parameters for us to work around, but that is not board work. That is administrative work that has to happen with the team, because there are way too many nuances and unknowns in this realm that don't appear in the numbers and on the paper. So you can look at numbers and on the paper and try to push kids around and try to do all of that all day long, and you can make it look good and feel good, but the reality of that on the ground is completely different. And without a clear understanding of that, there's no way that that can happen in this room. And so what can happen in this room is you laying out parameters to say, we expect you to make sure that these classrooms are being used efficiently, that we have as few empty seats as possible, those kinds of things. But I don't think we can go any further in this room.
That's pretty much my question. And so I just need to know or be told that this is as efficient as it can be. That's all.
Yeah, and another component of it is why we're even down this road when it comes to pre-K and early childhood is because it's within the resolution, right, and the criteria. And really the criteria is that how are we going to look at pre-K enrollment as total enrollment on the campus? And the assumption that we make administratively is we're counting the pre-Kers in the total enrollment for that campus when we apply thresholds. So right now, pre-K, current transfers, and your resident students are all in the number. And that's kind of what we're trying to determine. But in order to just understand what we're talking about, we did go several layers deep in here to help educate you. But we can definitely make commitments around that we're going to utilize these classrooms as efficient as possible.
So I still am kind of confused though, like how is that going to impact our overall decision when we start looking at those campuses in that 5 to 400, right, with pre-K still included? Because I remember we had a conversation, September, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I felt like the board, there was a will of the board, I could be wrong, I don't know, that we wanted to take pre-K out of the conversation when we were talking about low enrolled campuses. I could be, this has been a long process. I'm just please, I don't want to, y'all know, my child went through this early child program. I love it. I know how amazing it is. I don't want to ruin the great programs we have, but I'm just trying to understand how it fits into this and with the numbers always fluctuating. Like I can't wrap my head around it yet.
Yeah, and one thing is that we can't just take them away because they got to go somewhere. And so to your point, going all the way back to your first question and even concentrating on Cox Elementary, if all 55 of those pre-Kers are gone, that would be a significant impact. The thing that we do is we do pulse checks every single year, and we look and we monitor it every single year, and this is just part of what we do. And so we don't anticipate 55 pre-Kers leaving to go spend voucher money somewhere else. We should be able to identify some of those decreases, and it's just another mitigation strategy as well. And so we have some flexibility there.
That's what I needed to hear. I was just trying to, obviously I hope we don't lose 55. What I don't want is this limbo back and forth where it's like you go this way, you go that way. That's what I was just trying to wrap my head around this.
Those swings are too large, right?
I think the other thing to Trish's point is we have to look at actual enrollment for the short-term immediate. This is what's happening here right now. We have to understand that clearly because that gives us the most clear picture of what the reality is on the ground at each of these campuses. But we also have to look further forward, but I can't look further forward with actual numbers. So I have to go to projections, and in projections, I have to be very careful of pre-K numbers and transfers because I don't know those specifically, but I do know resident students because the demographer is providing me that data very as accurately as they can. And of course, as I said earlier, that it gets worse the further out we get. But in the near term, in the 1 to 3 year term, we have a pretty good feel for where resident students are. That doesn't mean we're making decisions based on resident students only, because we're not. We're still factoring in transfers and pre-K students into the actual, but we're doing that after the fact, because if we don't have a very clear understanding of resident students and the changes that are happening because of housing, because of the economy, because of all the things that PASA presented to us, then we're not going to come up with a long-range plan that makes sense in terms of developing facilities to meet the needs of our community. And so we do have to pivot on both pieces all the time. But next year, when we get new data, we're going to come right back to this immediacy to say, now we have a new immediate picture. Now we have to make sure that we're meeting that need right now, right here. And then again, we're looking out in the long term for the next 1 to 3 years out from that point, which is now 4 years away from where we are now, and planning that through.
Related to that, for clarity on the low staffing model, the first set of positions, it says it's based on pre-K through 5 enrollment. The bottom part says based on K-5 enrollment. So does that mean that you're still including pre-K in the total enrollment? That you, like, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
To clarify on that, the early childhood students don't get specials.
Right.
And so that's why we only count K through 5 enrollment when we figure out how many specials teachers they get. But when it comes to all those other positions, they serve all the students, and so we include them when we're doing our staffing.
So for some of our campuses, they could be in the 400 to 500 on those top positions, and then be in the, the 400, the 1 to 399 on the bottom.
Yeah, theoretically they could. Right now, we only have one campus in that situation.
I do think at some point that's helpful to understand as we're moving forward with whatever next steps, is kind of how this enrollment threshold that we're talking about for staffing really impacts the next discussions of like, okay, so we're mitigating this campus, because it's not just enrollment you're looking at, you're probably also looking at projections. And so we know we need to do some kind of mitigation here, or we're like, no, we think this one's gonna be in an area. Your phase 2, I would like to know like how, when we adopt this low staffing model, how that chooses and impacts not just the phase 2 staffing, but those discussions that you're saying that will kind of trigger for y'all, right? Again, that's another part of the process that I'm just not clear on.
Yeah, and I think a great way to show it is kind of the 2 bar charts. I think that's because that shows who's living there, and then the other one is who's attending there. The thing is, what's going to happen is any campuses that are experiencing continued decline, that's the one that, right, you have to stay ahead of the decline, and that's where those are going to start creeping down towards that number. The others are going to stabilize, and whether they stabilize at 390 or 450, the mitigation strategies can increase that number to get it to a level that we're comfortable with, and it's going to stabilize. So you're building on top of the stabilization to where on the other side of it's declining, you're trying to avoid that and mitigate that by additional mitigation strategies. And that's why it may not just work in some instances. And so that's why we have to, on a decline, we have to track and make sure there's not going to be it just continue to go down. And so that's why we have to monitor it. It may not be on a bar chart, but if we see any trends that continue, then we may have to look at other ideas and make sure that the board and administration understands what the trajectory of that campus.
A couple of observations that are not necessarily related to that direct conversation, but I think for pre-K, it's really, really important to remember that the pre-K kids that we serve are students that meet eligibility requirements on a number of different criteria. And so these are not all the 3 and 4 year olds that are living in our community. These are only the students who are eligible for services under those very strict criteria, and those are the ones who we're serving. So we need to remember that as we think through what this looks like. Now, mixed in with that are some tuition-based pre-K kids of our staff, but that's the only tuition base we do. And is that ending? No.
No, we do have some tuition from the community as well. So we're able to do that this year and next year.
And next year.
Regardless of the legislation, that's evolving, to make a long story short. So that is still occurring.
Okay. So the other observation I have to make is about the marketing plan. And we've said this before, but I don't know that we said it clearly enough tonight necessarily, is that there are a number of different approaches that we're taking to the marketing. So one is open enrollment, right? Which is, how do we market who we are to make sure that others from the outside can come in to the district that we have not allowed to come in up until now. I think that our reputation precedes us. So, if there's marketing who we are, and we're doing some of that, but honestly, our excellence tells its own story. If you look on social media, if you look on our website, if you look anywhere at anything that has to do with Leander ISD, then you'll see who we are in that story. If you just look on our campus web pages, I mean, all of that is very clearly articulated out there already. What we have to do for open enrollment, in my mind, is make sure that people know that we're open enrollment now, and that they have the opportunity to come if they choose. And so that, I think, is what you're talking about, is let's make sure we get the word out as quickly as we can to let people know we will be an open enrollment district in 26-27, and this is how you can start to interact with who we are to make sure that you realize what the opportunities are as we go. And we've still got work to do on making sure that we understand exactly what our guidelines are and how that all rolls out. We have timelines set out for all of that to roll that out as smoothly as we can in year one. We know from observing other districts that have done this, Round Rock, Frisco, several others, how that has worked out in year one, and then how they're starting to learn lessons and move forward in years 2 and 3. We're learning as many lessons as we can from them to make sure that we don't necessarily repeat those errors as we come into this. So I think it's good that we're not on the bleeding edge, although we're hopefully on the forefront of it still in terms of open enrollment. And we are exploring other opportunities as well to see if things like virtual are something that we want to explore in more detail as well, to start to encourage that to happen. But I think the other piece is also this big piece that we've been talking about, which is students who are resident students for Leander ISD who don't attend school in Leander ISD. And I think that's a slightly different approach, because these are students who already live in our community, who know what we do and what we are, but they're making a different choice. And so our job is to really help to identify exactly who those students are, and then to target them very specifically. And so we're working on opportunities to be able to do that as accurately as possible, and then to really target that message to those students. Because I think we know that there are a significant number of those, up to 11% of our student population, who reside in our district and are eligible to attend school in Leander ISD, and choose not to for whatever reason. Now, we know we're not going to get all of them back for sure, but certainly there may be a percentage of those that we can get back, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to make that happen. But that's all of the target points of our strategy is slightly different depending on who we're trying to target to increase the enrollment.
So one, thanks for breaking down those segments. And so, yeah, if we can start to turn the slide, I think 35. And so the segments I heard, one, love the call and response framework. So what I heard, one, there's a retention and focusing on the on-ramp years. There's kind of an early childhood, focus on zone students. There's the open enrollment out of district, and then there's the early childhood zone, but not enrolled, as Bruce was just talking about. What I would love to see on, 35, which I think is the best slide, because I'm a data person. What I would love to see is all of those segments, tracking that data too, because that's just what we measure matters. And so all of those segments that we're going after, what does that dashboard look like? I love the goals, and so I'd love to see a dashboard for each one of those segments.
Yes, and I think as we've had conversations around this, so our team is meeting weekly around how to, now that we've built it, how can we refine it? And one of the things that we discovered recently is when you are a private or a charter school, you're in a constant state of re-enrolling. And so you're always starting with zero. And you're always going to try to figure out what you're going to continue to bring back. And so that you're basically resetting every year. And our enrollment situation is a little bit different because of these nuances, those very nuances that you measured. And how are we going to measure that? Because there's no really way to do it unless we start collecting that data. And so we did find out that through whatever form it is, if we can start to figure out whether or not working with Brian, when they're registering with us, they document and let us know that information so that we have the best method to then create a baseline of data around that so that we can then measure accordingly. But again, these are things that we have to create as we go along because we're not replicating anything, we're creating it from the ground up. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate y'all putting that in our board memo, the dashboard, the looker
Yes.
in regards, because to me, it kind of gave a story as to where you're seeing where we had the potential, and it's like, okay, like, it's there. I appreciate y'all doing that, and then breaking it down by each campus, like, thank you. I really appreciate seeing that.
That heat map is pretty telling, yes. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I want to go back to a couple of things, which is it would be helpful to know as the board is considering at some points, I think there's going to be votes we need to take to know, like give heads up of like when these votes are, and we need to let the community know. But I also want to know as we're getting closer, whenever this time is, I really want to know what these votes mean or what all they're impacting. So if I take a vote on an enrollment threshold, does that mean, oh, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and consolidate, and we've made that decision? Or are we, and that's, if what we're saying is, yes, we're going to tell, admin, when we vote on this, we're going to tell y'all, here's the constraints, y'all go do it, and then come tell us, that's absolutely fine. I just want to know what it is when we make those votes, what it is we're all empowering with that. I also want to know how community engagement will be used in these areas. So, when you're talking about something like, we're doing an enrollment threshold at 500, I mean, we talked a little bit about how do PTAs, how do we help them know how to help with the open enrollment, and is there something they can do there? But also, when we're looking at as you said, enrollment at 400, that begins consolidation review. I still have a lot of questions about like what are all those pieces, but Nkosi said, give us more details on this implementation. At what point does the community get engaged here, and what does that look like for our community? So I think that would help me. And I also wanted to say, the pre-K, really whatever the administration is saying, this is the way we're doing it is fine. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page of how pre-K is happening so that we don't change midstream, because it seems to me what the district and what the board is working on is thinking about how public education learning is going to look different moving forward. And so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page of what are the moving parts we see in the immediate couple years or 3 years, right? Because there's a lot we're building out in here. And if we changed pre-K and admin said, no, never mind, we're going to do, all this model, that's going to change these numbers. And so I just want to make sure we know all the pieces that are moving as much as we can for the next couple years.
Trish, when you say model, what are you referring to? Like an early childhood center versus a community?
Yeah, and really,
is it that kind of structure, or is it a learning structure? I'm not sure.
It's just anything that changes the structure of how you're currently calculating for enrollment thresholds. Anything that would, if you think in 2 years, if it's going to come up that we're going to go build 2 more early learning centers, then that should be something we're talking about as we're looking at these numbers, if that's something we think is in the immediate future.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, understood.
Let me address your first question real quick, though. And when it comes to voting and things like that, how I look at what's in front of us, at least what we've covered tonight when it comes to milestones. Within the resolution, there is one a statement that the board shall establish, and that kind of comes to the threshold. And that threshold does give the guardrails, right? And then from there, then the rest of it kind of falls into place and the process continues, and we continue to find different pieces of the resolution. But that is the only, be it resolved, that involves board establishing something. Obviously, consolidations and things like that are obviously, board votes. But a lot of this is the milestones you see are not necessarily votes, but milestones in which things are developed and where they're shared with the board and reported back to the board regularly. So I just wanted to highlight some of your questions, some of the points.
And I'll push it a little further than Jeremy in that if the board were to vote to approve threshold 1 and threshold 2 at 500 and 400, then that would trigger the implementation of these staffing guidelines for 26-27. So I want to be very clear about that. So if the board comes back at a future meeting and says we approve threshold 1 at 500 and threshold 2 at 400, then that will trigger these staffing guidelines for 26-27. It will also trigger anybody who's under 400 to begin the review of consolidation. If that would only happen in January, I think we're out of runway to do consolidation for 26-27. And so that means the staffing guidelines will be in place as they appear in these documents for 26-27. And then we'd have to have conversation over the spring about potential consolidation for those campuses for the 27-28 year. So if there has to be a conversation around consolidation, then in my opinion that has to happen immediately, and notice has to be given to our community immediately about whether we plan to do that or not for the 26-27 year. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity around what I think the timelines are. I don't believe that the administration can adequately prepare to close a school and do everything that needs to be done to make sure that the student experience is adequately prepared for the following year if we don't do that immediately.
You're saying if we don't do that immediately, you mean in December?
That would be,
Yes.
timeline-wise, that is what I mean, yes.
Okay. So
I guess, go ahead. We're essentially out of room. We're out of a runway, right? We knew this was happening. Just keep kicking the can down the road more and more. So I guess my question then at the next board meeting, I want to know what this is going to do to our budget. Where are we cutting from? Where are we doing? I need to see that. We're getting emails about cutting Quest. I don't know where that came from, but if we're not going to budge on any of this, we're going to have to make some finance and admin are going to have to make some hard decisions, and our community as a whole is not going to be happy. And so I'd like to see what that budget looks like. Where are we cutting? What's going to happen to get us at a budget that is sustainable? Otherwise, we're going to fall off that fund balance cliff, and we're going to have TEA after us. And making a beautiful magnet school and doing this marketing thing is going to be the least of our concerns. It's just going to be providing a basic education to our students. So board members, I need to hear from y'all what you want to do, because the runway it's gone basically.
Well, I think we do need to make decisions. I think our community wants decisions. Our community wants to be part of those decisions, wants to be engaged, wants to be aware. But I think to say that this that we're talking about is saving the budget, and if we don't, we're going to have to cut something, I think that would be a false premise,
I
right?
didn't say that, though.
Yeah, I just want to make
It's
sure
one piece to it.
we're clear. Yeah, it is. It's just a piece, and so there is a big budget discussion. I almost feel like we're out of runway there too. We need to have these big budget discussions as well. It's all constrained or compacted.
So if we needed to, Bruce, you said if we were going to make a decision so that admin has enough time to provide the academic experience, that is it. It's critical. That's, we have to do this. we have to make a decision in December. Is there time in December for us to come back to this table? I mean, we have how many meetings left?
We have one meeting, but we have a week where we can have another meeting.
So can we have a meeting where we can call a vote and figure out where we at, what we're gonna do on the scenarios that have been provided to us, whether it's 3, whether it's 2, whether it's 1, it's just the low enrolled, and we vote on that, so that way admin, that makes sense, Dr. Gehring. We need to give admin enough time, we need to give our community. I also don't wanna kick this can, we're saying, okay, well, maybe we're not gonna do it this year, but then we'll do it next year. So we're just gonna, let's just do this all over again. I think we have to make some decisions and let community know, okay, it's not gonna happen for next year, but I guess then we're gonna come back and have these discussions next year. But I do think, are we gonna have a vote this year in 2025? So that way we can give staff enough time to make plans. I think either way, whether it's no, we don't wanna consolidate any schools, or yes, we do, we need to tell admin which way we're going. We need to let Pete know, because he's working on a budget, and it is a lever in there. It's not all of it, Trish, but it is a piece of it. And so we need to know what we're working with. So, and I didn't mean to cut you off, so go ahead and respond.
No, I think my question is, I think it's a small lever in budget. I think it's a critical lever for how, as a district, we want to do public education and how learning has to look. I think these are important informations to get to the admin. I don't want to delay unnecessarily. I just want to understand, because what I'm seeing is looking at this, we're not voting on consolidation. We are voting then, if we do an immediate vote, on enrollment, and then the enrollment thresholds. Then y'all take it, and evidently it's gonna trigger, so for everybody right now who's under 400 enrollment, it will trigger for those campuses a consolidation review. Then you're gonna go, and it sounds like there's not any constraints right now, although the board might adopt or say these are constraints to consider or whatever, but y'all are gonna go, and then you're gonna come back and say, here's what we wanna do? Because I'm not seeing the timeline then, so I'm just wanting to make sure I'm clear on these steps. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if I can respond to that with the steps that are needed in order to implement something like that. I understand, based on the resolution that we're working through, it does state that the board needs to establish these thresholds, and you can take a vote on that. But for administration to go back, do additional work prior to a vote, that sounds like more runway. And unfortunately, right now, the timing of such, right? The timing is not, it's not a conceptual concern anymore, it's a functional constraint. It can be because of what needs to be done, and so that would be the concern. We're still working through on the resolution, but that resolution has steps involved. And that, I understand what you're trying to say, that if you vote on the thresholds, well, then you apply it, and then we go and come back with additional information. What happens is there's not enough runway in order to take additional steps. And so that's why we've worked through the framework passed in the spring all the way up to this point. If that's for your consideration as well. So you have to take all of this information into context as a board to try to make that decision if you can, because there's still some additional steps that we need to take.
I mean, I understand, based on the information we have up to this point, I understand why. I see what HR has done with the work. I see a lot of different pieces here, and it's like, we adopt these enrollment thresholds. If campuses are gonna wanna innovate on learning, they can have that discussion. It's not the phase ones that I'm concerned about, it's the phase twos.
Right.
And not all phase twos are gonna be in consolidation, but they're all gonna be up. And so it almost sounds like what you're talking about is a vote that we would be doing two things at once, but we don't have the community input, we don't have the implementation, we don't know what's gonna happen to that facility, we don't have all these pieces. And so I I would want more information for that next step. I don't know, Nkosi, I don't know, thoughts?
Yeah, so my immediate thought is that if we're voting for the threshold, it does not explicitly say, once you reach 2, it's consolidation. And so I think voting for the threshold doesn't necessarily vote for us to enact any particular mitigation strategy. It's just a call to explore the options. The truth, and then, the truth is, like, I don't think it would be fair to a community that has not been a part of the consolidation conversation to then, for us to take a vote on consolidating that school. Because I think there's some other criteria, again, that's not here, community engagement being a part of that requirement. And so for the schools that we have not engaged with in that way, I think are not eligible for, I would say, for a consolidation vote.
So, I mean, to be able to vote on consolidation, wouldn't we need things like the rezone information, transportation information, use of building, and then, were you about to say something?
I think what I need is the plan. I don't need to have the
Yes.
answers to all those.
Yes.
But like Nkosi said, and I know Sarah said, much of that is already created, right? So it's just getting us, what's the timeline and the plan? I don't need to have the answers, and maybe different for you, but I was like nodding my head of like, yes, I want those things, but I want the plan and the timeline of those things. I'm not saying that I need you to bring me those things of what are the boundaries, what is the transportation, by next week or the week after that, but more of what is the timeline and the plan for those things.
What about use of building?
It's also in the timeline. It's in the
So-
plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so wouldn't that be something that we should try and get sooner rather than later so we can start making that decision?
So with that plan, as far as the building, we based our resolution off of San Antonio ISD, and they went to an RFP process to decide what they were going to use of the building. And so one of the other things the board members did do was they made a promise to the community, this will not be torn down. This will not be a charter school. We won't put a 7-Eleven there, whatever. And so I know we can't come up with a resolution right away for a building, right? I mean, I'd love to turn them into libraries and have great community spaces and all the things, but I'd like to see us figure if we could possibly, as a board at that meeting, decide if that's the direction we want to go for these buildings, because, I mean, as we know, this is not a one-time thing, and I don't want to close the school and that building sit there for 2 to 3 years, and we sit up here and back and forth, or the community's back and forth trying to figure out what do we put there. And so I would really like for us to kind of mirror what San Antonio ISD did, get administration to do that, and to really go into that process. And that, if y'all can, go look at what San Antonio ISD did. They did an RFP, but the way they engaged the community, I'll send you the community engagement dashboard. It was amazing, because to me, I was expecting a complete different thing, but the way they set up their questions and the way they engaged the community to be able to have an input on what that future facility looks like changed. I even went and watched a community meeting, but it really changed the dynamic of that conversation. So I'd really like for us to explore that option if possible.
And we already have talked about district needs, so that's also an option for the buildings too, so.
I think that RFP too, if memory serves, community could talk, or there was recommended of a public-private partnership, magnets.
That's what it all was. It was, I'll get Cindy to send it out to y'all, but it was I found like their one of the surveys that they did, and it was just really, it's kind of the same stuff we've all been kind of talking about, is what happens after these buildings, but the administration was very intentional, not giving this big hopes and dreams of, hey, we're gonna go put a water park here or whatever. But I'm just but it was really interesting. It's been interesting to watch that play out, because yes, it's nobody wants to do this, but what can come out of that building and how it impacts that community in a positive way. I think that's what I'm trying to
needs to be
lean in
community
on. And
input.
I really would like y'all just to look at it, and if we can, next meeting, charge administration to go do that. So it really gives us some clarity, but it gives the community also an opportunity to weigh in. And like you said, Trish, those private partnerships are a big deal. Okay, so go ahead, Trish. Go ahead.
I just want
No, you're
clarity
fine.
then, what does that mean then?
That's what I'm
for
about to
December
do.
4th, December 11th, what is it?
So
I just wanna know.
that's what I was about to do. So I need the board to. Okay, so we have a meeting on December 11th. We do have a placeholder in there for LRP.
So I would like to see just what I said about the consolidation.
You want some,
plan.
you want the administration to bring back some recommendations?
For consolidation.
Correct? Okay.
plans, yeah.
Board members, so that is one day, that's December 11th, that's a discussion. So y'all know we're gonna have a meeting as an action meeting. I hate to do this to y'all, but December 18th.
Can we, on that 11th meeting, can we, though, vote on the staffing guidelines? The thresholds?
Because we're not voting on guidelines, thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, sorry, the thresholds.
The second we vote on thresholds, then in theory, we've already triggered the,
It doesn't trigger the close, it triggers the conversation
Yeah.
of, like what Nkosi said. I would like us to be able to, so I'm asking for a second for us to be able to put the staffing on the next agenda. Staffing threshold, sorry, on the next agenda.
of course, I mean, I'll also mention that there's certain time constraints where I will go see my son because he's a senior, and so I know I might not be here for some of those discussions. And so.
I will do my best to arrange a schedule, I promise. This is a very big discussion, and I'm not gonna play a game where I'm not gonna allow you to have input on that. You can take my word for that. But you better bring me a coffee.
Are you saying you're not gonna be here that day, or you're coming later?
I'm going to be here, and then I'll leave, and then I'll come back.
Oh, so we can have that discussion while you're here, right?
No,
However, Anna
not
wants
really.
to.
Okay.
We'll probably, it's gonna be,
I'm
just
just
y'all
letting
need
you
to be
know.
ready. It'll be a late night. So just be prepared. Trish will bring coffee.
Sure,
So,
give me
okay,
your
so-
orders. But for the threshold, does that mean then that we're gonna get from the staff an idea of what those, okay, I'm seeing head shakes, of what does the zoning, or y'all have a process or planning for the zoning, the transportation, for all the pieces, community input, all that good stuff?
I think there are two things in the midst of that. One is, here's the implementation plan. Here are all the questions that here are all the questions that we're going to have answered between the time we would make a decision for consolidation until implementation. And then I think that in the midst of that, and this may be individual, but to know what questions do you want to have answers to before you make the decision to consolidate. That may be individual, but you may want to know, you may want to know the answers to some of those questions before you make a decision. And some you may be comfortable with working through in the implementation
So
process.
you're saying the date for the vote on the 8th is not for consolidation? It is only to start a discussion?
Next week is, so the 11th would be threshold. The 18th could potentially, I hear, be actually making a decision on if we're going to move forward with consolidation.
That's what I'm hearing, at least from some of y'all, yes.
And so it's important to know, again, probably individually, on the 18th, what information you need in place to make that decision, and make sure that administration is aware of that, and we have confirmation that we know that ahead of time.
And so I hear that. I do want to bring up one variable. And a variable based on the conversation we're having, if the 18th could potentially be a conversation around any type of consolidation of any sorts, we need to just understand the timing of such and the communication of such to potential campuses and communities, being the day before, right? The day before the half day right? And so we may just want to think about timing and date of that. I just want to bring it up. I know that sometimes the challenge is the challenge, and we just got to work through it. But I did want to put that out there as we're trying to set some of these dates and timing of big conversations.
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding too. If we vote on the enrollment threshold, then that means that every campus that is in the low enrollment threshold, as of what date will be open for potential discussion and consolidation, and will all the campuses who are involved in that know that, so that they can watch and be engaged and take part?
So if I may, I'm going to come to your question in a second, but I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying what I see as the path forward. And I think that's been somewhat said, but it feels scattered to me. And so just in my head, I think I have to create clarity around it in order. I think clear is kind, and we have to make sure that that happens. One potential path forward is for the board to come on the 11th and approve thresholds, which will trigger staffing guidelines to go into place for 26, 27, and we'll move forward into the budget process and plan for that and move forward. That is one path forward. Is that clear, or is there any clarity around what that looks like? I think another path forward is for the board to come on December 11th and approve the thresholds. I think that has to happen regardless, because we have to have staffing guidelines in for all of our campuses, regardless of where they fall on that continuum from 1,000 all the way down to 0. But if there is a consolidation consideration, then I believe that we have to make sure that that discussion happens on the 11th, and that the decision has to happen before we get out for Christmas. I'm with Jeremy. I don't like the 18th because I think it's too close to the end, and so we may have to consider maybe bringing that up in the week and doing it on the 16th, on the Tuesday night rather, if we're going to do that. However that works, we have to think about that. I think it is only fair that we stick to what we've communicated already, and we've had a lot of feedback from our community and presented pathways. I don't think we can go outside of anything we have not done yet. That would, in my mind, be unfair to our community. And so we've talked about 7 campuses in a consolidation framework in path 1, 2, and 3. Those, in my opinion, are the only ones that we can bring to the table potentially on December 11th for this conversation. And so I just don't think it's fair to our community to bring other campuses to the table, even if they fall under that 400 threshold. I think that was designed to start that conversation for any campuses that we haven't yet identified in that process. 3? Oh, shoot.
I was trying to
It's within each one of them, it was 2, 2, 3, right? So
there are 7 campuses involved in path 1, 2,
impacted
and 3.
campuses in some way.
I appreciate that. You can say I was.
One more thing I just want to clarify, not to contradict Dr. Gehring, but the staffing guidelines are an administrative decision that are going to be approved. And so the vote on the thresholds isn't triggering the staffing guidelines. They're triggering those thresholds of 1 and 2, where at 2, we're looking at those consolidation considerations.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I will clarify, though, that if they set the thresholds at 500 and 400, that administratively what we're going to do is set the staffing guidelines at those same thresholds, and the staffing guidelines are not going to differ from what we've presented so far. So yes, your wording is absolutely correct, and I do stand corrected. But I want to be very clear, because clear is kind, that if that gets approved that way, that is what staffing guidelines are going to look like going forward, because we've already done all the work to make that happen.
It feels, I understand all the different pieces. Again, we're talking about how we're going to look at the system as a whole, how we're gonna make like data-informed decisions, how we're gonna move forward methodically, and to say, okay, we're gonna make this decision, but we're gonna leave out part of the campus's discussion to the others. I get it. I don't think it's fair to the other part of the campuses. Like, I understand that, but I'm also like, but then what are we telling the campuses? Because we happened to discuss y'all earlier, now you get to have this decision? It's just, I'm wrestling with how we keep making sure that we're being equal across the district. Something's feeling a bit off. Now it feels like all of a sudden we're trying to hurry up, and I don't know. I'm confused and concerned.
So you had mentioned the campuses that we had discussed earlier. Was it 6? One of the feedback we got a piece of feedback from when we went out to the community about considering another one to be impacted in terms of receiving transfers, and that would be Reed. So I was just, the fact that it wasn't on your presentation, but I guess we never really went out to them, but wouldn't that be a consideration because it came from the community?
I think what you're talking about, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that in our path 1, 2, and 3 conversation, we had Fabian going entirely to West Side. And what you're talking about is potentially some of Fabian's students, instead of all of them going to West Side, some of them going to Reed. And so, I mean, that's a conversation that we would have once that decision gets made. Then we'll start to look at what does attendance zoning look like, who goes where, how do we manage all of that, to Nikosi's point of how do we lay out, what does that look like. But I think that's an after the decision conversation.
I'm curious about when I'm looking at a budget discussion we had some time ago. Oh my goodness, I don't remember when this one was. This one was in October. And we're looking at the campuses. And we had 5 campuses in the south, 11 campuses in the central, and 14 campuses at the north is what we put on the sheet. And I'm like, wait, Heisel. So anyhow, but we had, at the time I had the sheet, 5, 11, and 14. So there's 5 campuses in the south. When I'm looking at phase 1 and phase 2, it means that all those campuses in the south all would be in phase 1 and phase 2 staffing. And we're hearing, okay, there might be a hitch in the giddy up. We're gonna have to work through kind of how we can do learning in this environment, and we'll help, we'll figure out, we'll do mitigations, all this great stuff. At the same time, we're talking about a consolidation, possibly, and when you're looking at it, we're only gonna talk about the campuses that we already talked about, even though all fall in the threshold. I'm wondering, how do we not have our community go after each other? How are we thoughtful in this process? And how do we really, I guess there's this part of me that's like, I understand why we want to make a decision for our community. I think our community wants us to go ahead and make a decision, like let's move forward, but not at the expense of not including input, being thoughtful, and making sure we're equal in how we're treating our campuses across the area. It just feels interesting if we're not going to include.
Trish, help me to understand the 5 campuses. I'm not understanding.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Steiner, Bush, River Place, Hills, and River Ridge. When I'm looking at the projected totals by campus, I know we're going to trigger the enrollment staffing on the right now, but we're talking about it's going to end up hitting them 25, 26, and you're actually going to look at the enrollment as we're getting closer, right? And so the potential is, depending on how this rolls out, that we might end up seeing
Grandview Hills has
R5.
a small number of students, but they also have a very different campus than any of our traditionals because of the nature of how that campus came to be. So that capacity is completely different than pure student numbers. So I'll just point that out. it still has a small number of students. I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing that it's a slightly different case.
I mean,
River Place is not in that situation. They're not under 500. And so the only three that are affected by these thresholds are the three that are actually in Steiner Ranch.
I will save my discussions, I think, until the 11th. There's some things here where I see where we're going. I don't mind the discussions. I think it's good. I think there's a lot of data or information that we still needed to work through, and I'm just processing.
I need some guidance as administration about how we're going to go forward. And I still don't have clarity around exactly how we're going to go forward. So I'm going to have to look to every board member to try to get some understanding of what the consensus is about what we're bringing back to you, because we don't have, this is the 4th. I have to post the agenda for the 11th tomorrow, and I have to have clarity around what exactly I'm putting on that agenda. It has to communicate very clearly to our community what we're going to be talking about on the 11th, so that there is transparency about what we're about to do one way or the other. And so I'm going to ask the board now, you have to talk to each other, or at least give us some indication about, I think I've laid out 2 clear paths for us going forward, and I really need to have a clear understanding of what you expect us to bring back to you on the 11th and how that's going to post tomorrow.
We talked about staffing thresholds and also plans for consolidation.
So I need a little more clarity around plans for consolidation. I hear your voice, but I'm not sure. I need to know from others if that's what I'm putting on, and if so, what does that look like exactly? What do you want me to bring?
For me, it's, I think Sarah and I had talked about this a while back, but Nkosi mentioned it also, kind of what the timeline and what the plan is post-consolidation. How the transportation, the boundaries, like all of the pieces that go into the logistics and operations of that consolidation. I'd like to see what that timeline looks like. And part of that timeline also being that community engagement around what happens with the building.
And also the financial impact, because we've been having these discussions where financial was separate and then this separate, and so bringing those two together. So for each of the consolidations, the financial impact, and then also the financial impact on the thresholds as well.
Okay, so I mean, we've done all that work. We've brought that to you before, so we can bring that back in clarity. I need to understand. So what we've brought to you in terms of consolidation before involve 7 campuses. Are you asking me to bring all of those 7 back to you on the 11th for consideration? When I say 7, we're not closing 7 campuses. Let me make that very clear. There were 3 campus closures that involve 7 campuses altogether, because there are receiving campuses involved in that conversation. And so I'll lay them out for you carefully, because I want to be very clear. We had talked about consolidating Fabian, closing Fabian, and consolidating those students to Westside. We had talked about closing Cypress and consolidating those students over to Norman. And we had considered closing Steiner Ranch Elementary and consolidating those students to both Bush and River Ridge. And so that makes 7. So I need to know what you want me to bring back on the 11th.
Fabian?
Wait, are you wanting us to name schools that you're wanting us to consolidate? Because I'm having I'm just trying to understand, because then we're going to start picking and choosing schools. Like, what exactly are you needing from us, Bruce?
I think we just agreed that we cannot consider schools for closure that we haven't talked about yet. So the only ones we've talked about are those 3. Okay. So yes, you need to be very clear to the community about what you're considering doing, so that they have the opportunity to come to the board meeting and listen to the conversation, and have citizen comments and be aware, as transparent as we can be, about if this is what we're going to do. I think we need to be very clear about it, because if there's going to be a decision on December 16th or December 18th about closing campuses, and that's the timeline that I think we would have to stick to, if that's what the decision is, then we have to be very clear right now what we're bringing back on the 11th. I have to post that agenda tomorrow.
So I guess my other question to that, is, so if we were to ask administration to bring us back a recommendation, that's not sufficient enough. You want us to be like, hey, we're going to close FOBI and we're going to close this school and this school. Like, I'm just trying to understand exactly in regards to the ask you're asking.
So what I'm asking for is, I have to post an agenda tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
On that agenda, I have to say, I hear clearly that we're going to put the threshold to the board for a vote to say, yes, we agree that we're setting 2 thresholds, and those thresholds are going to be at 400 students and at 500 students. And based on those thresholds, I've explained carefully what's going to happen administratively in terms of staffing guidelines. So that's one thing that I'm going to post on the agenda, and just want to see head nods to make sure that that's true. Yes. That's one path. That creates a path forward for us. If we do nothing else, then I know exactly what to do going forward. And I know how to plan budget assumptions. I know how to plan how we bring budget calendar to you. I know exactly how to go forward. What I've heard, though, is that there's the potential for us to consolidate schools before we get out for Christmas break. If that is the case, then I need to know what I'm posting on the agenda for the 11th for discussion about consolidation. That could be as broad as bring us all of path 1, 2, and 3 back, which is bring us all 7 campuses, these 3 closures, and what does that look like? What does the path forward look like if we decide to close all 3? Here's what that looks like. And then during the discussion on the 11th, there's opportunity for us to refine that potentially from saying, yes, we're going to bring back all 3. Because remember, on the 11th, you're going to give us direction to say, when we post, actually, I need to think about that carefully. I don't think I can do a meeting on the 16th. No, I have to have it for 3 business days, not 72 hours.
Yes, sorry.
So I don't think I can actually.
We can do it on Wednesday, right?
So I could have to do it on Wednesday or Thursday. So needless to say, what I'm saying to you is, if on the 11th, I have to, on the 12th, then post an agenda for that next week that has exact closures named so that you can vote on them, because I can't do that any other way. And so that's the clarity I'm seeking. I need to know exactly right now, what am I posting on the agenda tomorrow for the 11th, and then know that on the 11th, you're going to have to give clear direction about what has to get posted for the 17th or the 18th.
But do you have to name the schools in the agenda for tomorrow? You don't have to.
Can we just, well, I think we know the first part, right? We all agreed on the first part of what you're posting, right? On the other part, and this is just me, and I'd love to hear from my other board members, I'd like you, like you said, the 3 plans that you brought to us, bringing back those 3 options, and here we can talk through them. Here's option 1, here's option 2, here's option 3. And just putting that on the agenda, a discussion around the 3 scenarios, the 3 options that y'all laid out. I don't even know what month that was in.
Let me make sure that I lay out path 1, 2, and 3 again, just to remind us of what they are. So path 1 was consolidation of campuses, and so that's where we closed 3 schools, and that affects 7 campuses. Path 2 was staffing guidelines only, and so that would be setting the thresholds and then leaving it alone. And path 3 was we could do a hybrid of the 2 things. We've already agreed that really is the only path. It just becomes a decision, because we are going to set the thresholds. You've told me to post that already, and we are going to administratively implement staffing guidelines for 26, 27. And so all it becomes about then is a decision of how many of the 3 campuses you want to consolidate, and that could be 0, 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Is that clear?
So, yes. So I think in the 0, 1, 2, 3, I think and again, and this may be too much, but I think we have 7 decisions. One is because you have 3 different consolidation options. So we do all 3, 1, 2, 3. You do 1, you do 2, you do 3, you do 1 and 2, you do 1 and 3, or 2 and 3, right? And so those are the 7 options you have. It's easy. It's 7 options. And then I think the data we want is as a result of that option, how many schools will now fall in tier 1, tier 2, and what's the financial impact? And I think those are probably the 3 data points you want. And probably the 4th is, and we have that in each of them, like what is the purpose, what is the use, what is the repurposed building? Like what do we know to be the options for the repurposed building?
Correct. I think I'm clear. I want to check in with my team because I need to make sure that they're clear and know what it is that we have to prepare. Do you have clarifying questions?
It is my hope that I have taken enough notes and that I have clarity. We'll do our best to lay it out in a way that it should make progress. I think I have what we need.
Understanding that because of the permutations that you laid out, and it is simple, it's just math, but it sounds complicated when you say it that way. Because of the permutations that you've laid out, it gets complicated and messy because for every one of those, you have to understand that if I close one, that affects another campus and takes it off the list, well, that changes what our administrative staffing guidelines look like. And so as we bring these options back to you, it's going to be complicated and confusing because of how many different permutations you've laid out. And so we'll do our best. We have like 4 business days maybe, to bring this information back to you. And so we will do our best. We have done a lot of work in the past, so it's not brand new. And we'll do our best to bring that back to you. I just am going to ask for your grace to say that I don't know how far ahead of that meeting I'm going to be able to get that to you, because there's a lot that has to get done. These guys are sweating bullets right now. So we'll do our very best to get everything back to you in time.
I don't understand. Can I ask, like, okay, you're going to bring it back. What will be the campuses? Like, we have the projection enrollment in front of us. Like, let's just go ahead, because we're trying to, like, do all this.
The campuses that I'm bringing back are Fabian and Westside.
Wait,
So the closure is Fabian.
But that was not in we said we were only going to talk about what was here, and I'm looking at the May 29th. Oh.
We close Fabian, that fills up Westside. You close Cypress, that fills up Norman.
Cypress isn't on the enrollment, though.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's on that list. I'm saying that the only things I can bring back to you are what we talked about before, and those are the ones we talked about before. And that's why I'm asking specifically what you want me to bring back. So I'm saying I will bring back what we brought before. If you don't want me to bring one of those back, you have to tell me right now, and I won't put it on the list.
Do we, I was like, I'm like, I don't know if I want to complicate it like that, because at first I'm like, just bring what we talked about before. But if Cypress, we know that their numbers and we want to move that off the list, it's less work for them to do. But I don't know, that's just me. I'm one person.
Yeah, I just don't think, I think it's.
What was
not a
that,
good use.
Sade? I can't
I
hear.
didn't think it was a good use of time to add, to include Cypress.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And to be respectful of the community.
I agree.
Okay, so if we're okay based on that, then you're bringing us, really, based on that plan, it was the option of what we're already talking about with the
So what I'm
thresholds,
hearing
right?
you saying is I will bring you back Fabian and Steiner Ranch as potential closures and the impact that that has on the other campuses. So that brings us to 5. It'll leave those other 2 off.
All right,
I'm just making sure that
let me make sure I'm hearing this. So if we go to, okay, you're not going to mention any new campuses in the phase 2, no new campuses. You're only going to use from I'm looking at the May 29th, 2025, you're only pulling in the campuses here that are actually under the phase 2. And if you do that, that's Fabian, Steiner, River Ridge, and Laura Bush. Is that what you're saying you're going to do?
So what I'm saying is the campuses that we considered consolidating before were Fabian, Cypress, and Steiner Ranch. Those were the only 3 that we talked about for closure. And you've just told me that we don't think that it's beneficial to talk about Cypress. And so that leaves me bringing back Fabian and Steiner Ranch Elementary and the implications of that with the other campuses involved.
So there are a couple of things I just wanted to add. So, like I said before, when we had the community outreach regarding Westside, Fabian and Westside, we heard from those families suggesting that Reed should be included in that. So would you bring back or because we haven't spoken to Reed, it's not going to be considered at all?
Reed would be a receiving campus for
Correct,
students,
yeah,
but I don't
receiving.
think that's an
Just
issue
because
here.
you when you mentioned Fabian, you mentioned Westside as well.
Correct.
And so if you're bringing back something regarding Fabian and you're including Westside in there, if that's really not what it might end up looking like, then shouldn't we see that option?
Westside is close to those thresholds. So closing Fabian changes that for them. Reed is already over the threshold because of their bilingual
it's already
program,
over.
and so
Okay,
it
so
doesn't have
because it
any
doesn't
impact
affect
in this
them. Okay.
situation other than adding more students to them.
Yeah, it just makes it look like, okay, that's fine. And then what was the other one? Sorry.
I don't want to complicate this, but I think the question with Reed was on pre-K students, dual language pre-K students going.
It was also the students that are zoned to Henry.
She's talking about rezoning instead of
Got it.
sending all of Fabian to Westside, sending some of Fabian kids to Reed and some to Westside. And that will come after this decision gets made.
So I had a question, and I'm sorry if I'm just going to do it. So we're talking about the schools we've already talked about, right? The 3 in Steiner Ranch, right? The Steiner Ranch, River Ridge, and Laura Bush. And I'm looking at the thresholds, right? And I'm just thinking, we've got these 3 campuses, and I'm looking at the enrollment. Is there a possibility to not, I know we've named Steiner, but is there a possibility not to do Steiner and do another school in the Steiner Ranch area based on the numbers that we have?
I don't think that that's fair to that community because you have not ever brought that up before. And so I don't think that you can now say we're going to close River Ridge instead of Steiner Ranch. I don't think you can do that.
Okay, so I guess my other question then, so if we decide to close Steiner Ranch, essentially then you're going to have 2 campuses in Steiner that are already at the thresholds, right? And so we'll combine them with there and they'll still be under the 500 threshold. I'm just trying to think things through, because when I look at River Ridge, right, and I see the numbers, and then I see Steiner Ranch, and I start thinking about open enrollment, and then I start thinking about things.
We always said that even if we were to close Steiner Ranch, those other 2 campuses would still be hovering around that 60% capacity is what we were talking about at the time. And so they are going to be hovering around that 500 student mark, which is about 60% capacity. And so if they fall under the 500 student mark, then they're going to meet the threshold and they're going to get that enrollment. They're going to meet that staffing guideline. And so that will be implemented the same as any other campus in the district.
And we would be implementing the mitigation strategies to try to build that enrollment so that we can get them out of that
Right.
phase one.
But I guess my question, the second question that I forgot was, she brought it up, was almost thinking about if we could have a crystal ball into what the effect could be on open enrollment opportunities in that area, or in Steiner Ranch, if Steiner Ranch Elementary is closed. That's just my thought.
Well, we don't know, and so
Yeah, we
the
don't-
only option you have is to say we won't close that school and we'll wait to see what impact open enrollment has. That is an option, that's a possibility, but that's what I need to know, because tomorrow I have to post an agenda and I have to be clear.
It feels a bit like Groundhog Day, and I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm in it and I'm not seeing it clearly, so I'll go back and look at the meeting and go, oh, why did I say this? But here's my question. If Anna's been talking about, look at San Antonio, they talked to their community, said, what can we do with that space? Then when we're talking about the fact that, okay, we know that schools that are in phase threshold 1 and threshold 2 are not going to necessarily be doing exactly the traditional. They might be wanting to change things up. We'll have to have a conversation. But in phase 2, right, we're saying we're going to look at these campuses and we're going to say consolidation is going to be a possibility. So we're definitely telling most of that campus, you got to go over here to a traditional model. We're trying to build up a traditional model. Why can we not let the community talk then about what their next step looks like? And, Fabian can talk with admin about that, because Anna's talking about, let the community weigh in and be a part of the process. And then the same thing for your Steiner Ranch community, Steiner, Bush, and River Ridge. Can the community work together to say, hey, we think we really want to do this with our campus, and based on that, here's the campus we want to do it. It gives them more options and more choices.
I'm not sure that I understood, so I'm going to try to rephrase what you said and make sure that I understood. So I think what I heard you say is if the board approves the 2 thresholds and we don't consolidate any campuses, then those communities have the opportunity to have conversation around what does learning look like based on the staffing model that they have at that point. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, what if the community, and Fabian as well, the communities that we're talking about plays a role in what that facility that's going to be left moves into? We just talked about doing that, right? But when you have a community that has 3 campuses all at low enrollment, let's let them have an option of like, okay, if we really want to reinvent or we want to do this or that, then there's 3 campuses you could choose from.
I would strongly recommend not doing that. I think that sets community against community inside a community, and I think it's extremely dangerous to do that. So I would recommend that if the district is going to decide to consolidate a campus, that we make that decision at the district level.
Then if that's what we're going to do, then I really would like to see information from the district on why this campus, other than it was the first one we talked about. I just need to know why we chose a campus. Like, just give me something so I can go to the community and goes, we were intentional, we were thoughtful, and here's why we made a choice. That's all I'm asking. Y'all can spend time, but I just want to know when you bring that to us. I just want
I
to be able
will
to
say
why.
that I think we've had that conversation extensively over the last months. I spent 5 hours standing in a cafeteria answering that question multiple times.
Well, I think we should still not give up on it. I agree with you, Trish.
Okay, board members. Bruce, Dr. Gary, do you feel like for the 11th, I wrote down we've got the threshold vote, correct? And board members are wanting a plan or recommendation for no?
I'm not bringing a recommendation. I'm just going to bring you information that lays out exactly what your opportunities are, and then we have to have conversation around what that looks like. And then, again, just like tonight, we're going to have to then have some consensus around how that's going to be posted for the 18th, because at the end of the day, I don't get to make that decision. You have to make that decision, and you're going to have to vote one way or the other to close or not close a school. And so you as a board have to be very clear in this meeting and then on the 11th about what you want on the agenda to make sure that that happens.
So I guess my question then, if you're not going to bring a recommendation, then you're essentially looking for the board to make that decision and that motion and that recommendation, right? I guess I'm just trying to look for some guidance from administration. So you're going to give us this information and then you're just going to throw it in front of us and be like, all right, guys, y'all pick and choose what schools you want to close. And I'm just trying to understand, if we're going with that process now, why wasn't that process applied earlier when you made the recommendations?
So hold on a second, because that's just not right. We have laid out a very clear path. We had a decision point set for October 9th. We had a framework laid out. We were redirected with a very clear mandate through a board resolution about how to bring this information going forward. We've done exactly that. We've done it well. I am now, based on this conversation, asking for clarity about what you want me to bring back on your board agenda for the 11th. And based on that information, I will bring back exactly what you need me to bring back. And then we'll have further conversation. And based on the will of the board, we will decide together what we want to bring back on a future agenda, be that the 17th or the 18th, whatever we decide. And at some point in time, the board is going to have a vote on whether you want to close schools or not. My recommendation to you is that if you're going to close schools, that has to happen before we get out for the winter break, because we will not have the runway if it happens in January to make sure that we can provide everything that needs to get done so that student experience can happen well in every school in our district starting in the 26-27 year. So I'm not opposed to working with the board to try to make all of that happen, but this is ultimately going to be a board decision, and so I'm trying to facilitate and make sure that the board has the opportunity to make the decision that the majority of the board wants to make.
Dr. Gearing, I hear you, and I'm going to say this in the most respectful way I can. I've been watching for the last year school board meetings all over the country as they're going through closures and what this looks like, and trying to look at how are they doing this? How are they making this decision? And while it is a board decision, I think in every single one of those, I saw the superintendent bringing with administration a recommendation of how to move forward. And right now, what I just heard you say is, I'm not going to make a recommendation. It's y'all's decision, and you're right, it is our decision, but I haven't seen, I mean, I just went through all the AISD stuff, and you have a superintendent that's leading that discussion, and this is a strong recommendation we have so that we can move forward in this district, and they bring the board along with them. And ultimately, yes, it's that board's decision. They have to call that vote, and you know, sadly, it's like you said, most schools have been pushed in this situation of not having a choice, of being forced down this. But they have that clear direction from their superintendent and their admin that this is what we recommend. This is what we recommend for financials, for academics. And we've been having this discussion for, gosh, feels like a year and a half, 2 years. And so I would hope that there would have been a recommendation.
Gloria, thank you for saying
hold on
that.
a second. I will say very clearly that on September 9th, we had a very good conversation in this room about what that plan could look like. And on September 18th, we brought a presentation back to you that we were not allowed to give in this very room. And so for you to say that I have not made a recommendation to this board is just flat wrong.
I think we need to be very clear. I don't want to get into a tit for tat, but the reason why we asked for that not to go through, we didn't get that agenda item till 4 p.m., and you know why. Second, this board was not ready to have that discussion because we've been asking for information. It took over 6 months to get a financial efficiency cost savings plan that Pete put out. We had to put that resolution to put fire to y'all to give us information we have. Now that we have this information, we're asking for y'all to be administrators to give us some clear direction, keep us up here, not in the weeds, give us a recommendation. Every single school district who's gone through this, I've yet to see a board sit there and pick and choose what schools they're gonna pick and tell their superintendent, I want Fabian, I want Cypress, and I want this. I'm really just trying to figure out if you're gonna give us some type of recommendation and some framework so we can have those discussion, so it's not just this free-for-all and everyone's picking what school's their favorite or just based on whatever, who comes in citizens' comments or not. And so, yes, your administration has given us the data and pieces for the last 2 years. And yes, the September 18th meeting, you did give us a recommendation, but Dr. Gearing, you also have to understand there's a lot of layers piece to that. And so here we are, and what it seems like we're asking for some guidance from our superintendent to help us get to make that decision.
So
I don't think
I
anyone doesn't
disagree.
want to make that, doesn't want to make a bad decision. We just are trying to get there.
And I disagree with you totally. This board is the final decision on all of it.
I said that, but our job is not to get into the weeds and do administration work. If you want that, then go apply to be a superintendent or Jeremy's job or whatever, but our job, they're supposed to go do
That
the
is
hard
your
work.
opinion of what our job. I think our opinion of our job is to be much more closer to our constituents who have elected us and put us in this position. We should talk to them more. We should be aware of them more.
I know. I mean,
Are you asking me to give you a recommendation right now?
no, what I'm trying to avoid here is sitting here next the 11th and you're gonna data dump all this information on us and the board's gonna sit there and be like, all right, let's put together a pathway 1, let's put together a pathway 2. I'm just trying to understand if you're not gonna make the recommendation and you're gonna put that on us, I'm just trying to figure out what I need to be prepared for on that 11th and what I need to ask for to be able to make that decision since administration's not going to give us any recommendations.
So, just to be clear, the board asked for consolidation to be talked about on the 11th. This administration did not bring that to the table. This administration brought to the table a very clear, very measured walk through this process, and what we would bring to you on the 11th is approval of 2 thresholds that will establish what our administration direction on staffing guidelines will be for 26-27. So I want to be very clear that that's all that I've brought to the table. This board, I heard in this conversation, wanted something else, and so I opened the door to make sure that we're very clearly outlining what it is that the board wants me to post on the agenda, which I have to post tomorrow. I have to make sure that I have a clear understanding. So I laid out very carefully for everybody, what is it that we want to post on the agenda tomorrow for December 11th? So for you to say that now is disingenuous and non-fair, and I'm happy to do it, and I'm happy to give you a recommendation if you want one, but I also want to make sure that I'm not doing anything that precludes the board from doing the work that the board needs to do. And so you've given me very clear direction about what to post on the agenda for the 11th, and I'm happy to do that. We will prepare that tomorrow and make sure that it's posted effectively and correctly. We'll be able to have further conversation on the 11th. I don't think any decision has been made tonight other than to say that we want to have further conversation around consolidation. And I think it's only fair to our community that if we're going to talk about consolidation, that we are absolutely transparent and clear about exactly who we're talking about potentially closing on the 17th or the 18th of December, which is in 2 weeks' time. And so that's all I'm asking for is, I don't mind that we're going to have that conversation. I don't mind that we potentially will close schools before the Christmas break. What I mind is how we go about doing that process. And so I'm not arguing with you at all. I'm just making sure that everybody understands that this is how the conversation came to be and no other way.
When will the board get the materials for the December 11th meeting? Because I know y'all are going to be pinging me if we don't have it.
This is what I'm telling you is it's going to be to the line, because this is an incredible amount of work that we have to do in order to bring you adequate information for you to make a good decision. Now, a lot of that work, I only feel like it's possible in 4 business days because we've done a lot of this work before, and I think we can get our heads around how to bring that back to you effectively. Otherwise, I don't think I would agree to do it if I felt like I couldn't bring you adequate information to make that, at least have that conversation adequately. It may be that when we look at all of this on the 11th, you decide that you don't want to close any campuses. That is a possibility. And it may be that you want to close 3 campuses. I will say that I don't think it's possible to close more than 3, and I want to be very clear about that. I don't intend to bring you any other options other than what we've talked about before. But I think it is possible to bring that to the table and have a conversation, and then we can go forward from there.
Okay, so we got the December 11th agenda item. We know what's going on. So can I get a date from the board that next week that works for everyone? So it's December 15th through the 18th for a special meeting.
Wednesday? No. We have to post for 3 business days.
So it's got to be either that Tuesday or that Wednesday. So it's got to be Wednesday or Thursday. So I need y'all to let me know what days work.
I think it would be helpful if we could do that right now. Is
Yes,
that
I
possible?
need y'all to tell me, please.
The 17th or 18th?
Yes, 17th or 18th. I need y'all to speak into your
I
mic.
would recommend the 17th if at all possible, just because the 18th feels really difficult.
I think, I agree with Dr. Gehring that if we can do it on the 17th, I just think a lot of families might leave a day early because the next day is a half day. And so I think if we can make it on Wednesday, the 17th, I think that's better for the community.
Sade, Trish, Nkosi.
I can probably make the 17th.
Okay, we got
Yeah,
2 right there.
I'm available.
Okay,
I can do either.
17th it is, all right.
My understanding is the day of the board meeting does not count as one of the 3 days. So Wednesday will not count. So that's Monday and Tuesday. You'd have to post it before 6:15 on Friday. Was it my understanding? Is that correct?
That's what we do.
Okay, I know the 6:15, does this Friday count?
I'm sad we don't have a.
I know,
attorney in the room. Can
Holly
you
wasn't
make a
over there.
call? I want to make sure that we get this
Yeah,
right.
I'll just-
I do not want to get this
I know
wrong.
it's
Huh?
Now, there's nothing that says you can't post it
Can you call?
Wednesday or Thursday
Why can't we post that meeting early?
before the Thursday meeting.
Do you want me to try to get a hold of Holly?
There's nothing,
No, because we won't know what to post until we have the meeting on Thursday.
Even if it's
Okay, she's going to try to make sure we get an attorney opinion.
Yeah, do you want me to try to call Holly?
Let's
if
see
she
if she
can't,
gets
okay.
Sean. You got Sean? Okay. Oh, well, she'll call.
I don't think.
Why don't we take a 10?
Yeah, we're
15
going to
minute
take a 15-minute break, board. It's 11:26. We'll be back when we have an answer on this.
Or can we put together different agenda items?
It's 11:39 p.m. and the board is now back from our recess. And board members, we got clarification, so we will be having the special meeting on December 17th. So mark your calendars, be here, be ready, it'll be great.
Madam President,
ma'am.
just for clarity for everyone, can we go ahead and state about when we're going to be posting the agenda in the language?
Yeah, so just clarity on posting. So in order to have a Wednesday, December 17th meeting, we have to post that agenda by Thursday at 6:15 p.m. on December the 11th. That means that meeting will post prior to the board having discussion about items that will potentially be on that agenda. We will be able to post the agenda in a generic enough way that allows for the correct action to happen or not happen on the 17th. But it will be generic in terms of what that posting looks like, because we won't have had that discussion yet on the 11th with the board. So the discussion on the 11th will inform what that will look like, but the posting will be somewhat generic because we have to post it early.
And I do want to just clarify, if at December 11th, if the board doesn't come to a decision, then guess what? We don't have to have that meeting. So I just need y'all to know that. All right, board members, go Trish.
I just have a question. Are we going to have the levers discussion with those discussions on the no? Because we spent a whole lot of time working on this to say, you know, if you do this, this happens, and if you do that, that happens. So that's not going to.
We cannot have that conversation on the 17th or the 11th. So that conversation is scheduled for January 8th at the board budget workshop, and we'll be prepared to do that. There's a lot of work that we have to do in order to be prepared for that conversation. And not with this, we cannot do both. There's no way.
Okay, I'm just, once again, trying to look for, maybe not that consistency, but just make sure we're thoughtful and intentional. I totally understand what you're saying about, man, we don't want communities to war against each other. Absolutely not. So I will be looking for administration to tell me why the information that's coming before us is a good choice. What is the data that backs up the vote that we're being asked to take? And there's a lot of different data points, and so I just want to make sure we have that information. And it might not be on the 4th, it might be at the 17th, but I know that this is only like, what, round 1? We're gonna have to talk about middle schools next. So I just want to make sure I understand what this process looks like. We're setting precedent.
All right, board members, everyone, we're good? We got our questions in. If you didn't, I suggest you get with Jeremy, Dr. Gehring, Sarah, or Chris. Otherwise, it is 11:42 p.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the LISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.